All right. Good evening, everyone. The time is 5:33 p.m. It is Tuesday, June 17th. I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga, Harris,
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
I'm here.
Okay, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments. Susan, you have a comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Susan Reyna, and I am a resident of Kyle, and I serve on the board of the Kiwanis Club of Kyle Buda, among others. I wanted to start by saying thank you for your continued support of the Kyle Market Days. I've always enjoyed it, but the last few years it has become even more meaningful. As part of the Kiwanis Club, we've had the joy of giving away books and hosting story times, and new this year we are encouraging summer reading with extra prizes and holding book club discussions at the Market Days. I love that Market Days gives us a chance to promote literacy and community connection in a way that truly makes a difference. I would like to suggest a small change to the event schedule. Last summer, the Market Days hours shifted from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. to avoid the afternoon heat. And of course, that made sense. But both last year and this year, we've noticed there's very little foot traffic in the park from 8 to 9 a.m. Changing the hours to 9 to 1 p.m. would still provide 4 productive hours while allowing setup to begin at 7 instead of 6 in the morning, which would help both volunteers and vendors. I recommend the Parks Department ask other vendors about this, but I think they would agree. I also really want to thank Stephen from the Parks and Recreation Department. I didn't catch his last name, but he is always helpful, but especially in May when my husband was hospitalized, Stephen stepped in to help me start my setup before my volunteers had arrived so I could more quickly get back to the hospital with my husband, and that really meant a lot to me. I also want to thank Sheba, Claudia, and of course the entire park staff for all their work at Market Days. Next, I wanted to speak on behalf of former employees, including myself. Many of us had retirement funds in the city's 457 program through Mission Square. On May 21st, we received notices that our accounts had been moved and now show zero balances. However, we have not received any information about where our money went or how to access that. It's been almost a month, and so I'm asking for city staff to please follow up with former employees. Finally, I just want to commend the new 311 system. I reported a pothole on a Saturday, and it was repaired before 9 a.m. on the Monday after that. And that kind of response is outstanding, and I want to thank everyone who made that possible. Thank you again for your time and for everything you do for the community.
All right. Thank you, Susan. That's the only form that I have, so I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comment is now closed. Next up, we will do executive session. The City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through I pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. Second. All right, we are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:08 p.m. It is Tuesday, June 17th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Present.
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
All right, all members present. We have a quorum. Next up, the minutes.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion, and forgive me because there's quite a few here. I'd like to consider approval for the city council meeting minutes for May 27, 2025. Also for the regular meeting as well on the same date. May 31st, workshop, and June 3rd, 2025, special meeting with special meeting as well, and including June 7th workshop meeting minutes of 2025.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember McKinney that we approve the minutes as outlined. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have several folks registered to speak. First up is Hillary Burris. Didn't sound like it.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Hillary Burris, and I'm a concerned and engaged member of the Kyle community. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight regarding the site plan being presented for Phase 2 of the proposed Kyle Animal Shelter. As a resident of Kyle and a local business owner who deeply values both responsible animal welfare and thoughtful civic planning, I have several questions and concerns I hope the council and staff will address as this project moves forward. First, are there currently allocated funds not only for the land and construction, but also for design, staffing, and importantly, ongoing programming? I noticed that programming was not included in the annual expense outline within the proposal being presented this evening. Without designated funding, I worry about the shelter's long-term sustainability and the effectiveness of its services. Can the community be provided with clarity on what kinds of programs are being planned? Specifically, will there be resources dedicated to keeping families and pets together, such as pet retention support for residents facing temporary hardships? Additionally, will mobile spay and neuter services be included as part of the shelter's community outreach efforts? Finally, I'd like to ask whether the city plans to accept animal intakes from all of Hays County, including areas outside of Kyle's city limits. As the population continues to grow across our region, that question becomes increasingly important in shaping the shelter's capacity and mission. To conclude my comment, I'd like to also provide a general update on the shelter of San Marcos weekly statistics for the period of June 9th through June 15th. There are currently 206 cats in the shelter, 77 cats in foster, 22 cats that were adopted. For dogs, there are 157 dogs in the shelter, 27 dogs in foster, and 19 dogs that were adopted. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Valerie Dio. Valerie Dio.
And my uncle Howard, we're gonna combine our together because I need to help him. So we're two people, but he's speaking on his behalf and I'm helping him as well. Okay.
Okay, my name is Howard Green. I live on 2041 Cypress Road. ever since 1985, December the 16th. They trying to put in an indoor main through there across my yard. I never was against it, but the problem was they never did get it straight about the size and the width of the survey. The engineer put the wrong survey in and never did correct it. We've been waiting on him to come and change it out to get it right so we can go further with the domain. Never was against it. Just never was cleared up my deeds and my title of my property.
So I'm going to help my uncle. He has, right now he's legally blind with glaucoma and all this different stress from the domain. He's been in the emergency room having a Bell's palsy attack, and it's hard for him to speak. So I'm going to have him sit down. Is that okay?
Yes.
Howard, go back right there. And I got involved because basically the team of the acquisition team, I had their person, Maria Beltran, calling people, harassing them. I thought, she cannot be a broker. She's doing this kind of work. I found out my aunt was dying in hospice, and she called me to come help Howard because she was feeling he's going to lose his property. So I promised to help him, so I got involved. So what I've seen is just nothing but inconsistencies, lack of disclosure, a lot of information that's not given to the residents, being treated differently. I would say out of all of the 6 or 7 people that are in this situation, or more than that, Howard is the only one that's been brought to a motion to condemn his property to move forward. A lot of things were done incorrectly. I asked a lot of questions for them to be ignored, so I'm going to just briefly try to go through all of them. My initial site was because that property is tied to Ezekiel Nance. You have a Nance property happening up there by Blanco, and that is descendant slave settlement property. I said, is there a chance that this is historical? Because Ezekiel had brought 39 slaves here. My grandmother, Ezekiel Nance, is my grandfather's father. He's my great-grandfather. All the documents you see on that deed, it shows Nance, Nance, Nance. Why are those kids named after the Nances? Carrie Nance, Edward Nance, Thomas Jr. Nance, Ciola Nance was my grandmother. So that's all that's tied. So if you're going to go deep into history, who owns property, look all the way into it. So I asked about that, nothing came back. It might be some kind of guidelines that allows it to be certain tax credits or something that keeps it historical. All the different Ezekiel Nance properties has a moniker now. They're historical. He was an amazing man. I read about him. He was just incredible. What he went through as being an orphan child, lost his mother at 2 years old, and what he accomplished here in Hayes and Blanco is incredible. But in this process, we've seen that Howard, I said from the beginning, my uncle cannot see, he cannot drive. Please send everything certified to him and to his house. Only thing came to him was all the different offers and things like that, but it also was the wrong survey. We said from the very beginning, there's a shortage on the survey. Please look at this. I have emails to verify that. It was only until last week that I contacted the engineering company and I went on Google Earth to measure it. It was incorrect. So if I get 3 more minutes, because I'm the second person of him,
Yes, that's
please, so I can finish. And it should be, okay, it's 3. So Mr. Graham Parker said, yes, I confirm that. He sent that information to the city of Kyle. And no one confirmed to Howard's attorney that the survey is incorrect. We need to correct that. We need to stop this motion till all that's correct so you can have a good faith offer for him. That has not been done. Through the complexities of all these different kind of things, Howard's attorney has stepped down, so we're in the process of getting someone else. But I feel like a lot of violations were not handled correctly. So I do hope somebody on the council reach out to me to get more information. Texas Property Code, failure to make a bona fide offer based on market value. Texas Government Code, requirement to accurate valuation and transparency in condemnation processes. American Disability Code, to provide accommodation for someone with disabilities. He cannot read these papers. He has no way of getting down here. This is his first time coming down here to say anything about his property. He's never once said, I don't want my property taken. He just said, why can't you go across the street? There's no houses there. There's no power lines. And well, this is better for us right here. We like this one. And he asked also in a meeting, what about the contamination of the water? What about the water table? The blue water, the Blue Hole, the Cypress River, the Blanco River, the Six-something Creek River runs through here. Well, I never received any kind of environmental study. I go online and there's a University of Texas, University of San Marcos, Southwest Texas State did a survey. Blanco River, Blanco people fought this because they wanted Clean Water Act. They got support for it, and they saw some contamination. There's possibility for this water with the waterways. What they did was research how to clean the water up and use it. So please look into that. 2 other thing is that we have property here in Kyle. We have property over on Sledge Street, and the city took the liberty to park 5 heavy equipment pieces there, putting in some roads maybe for Opal or whatever. So I call them to take the property off, create a lease. You're on my property. It's not for free. You're having intimate domain on our property, but you're not paying for what you're doing. It's illegal. And so I have the violations for that I presented to this young lady. My uncle is 74 years old, and he applied for a homestead. He was denied his homestead because his driving license he's had was valid and still active, didn't match his address, but the city has changed the street 3 different times where he lives at. Farm Road, something, Stagecoach, and now it's Cypress. So he was already established as a resident in Kyle, paying for over 40-year taxes. How can you not find him? So I feel like the city should investigate this, go back and give him retro money for the taxes that he's been denied, and also investigate the trespassing on our properties and make it right. Howard's done everything he can. We've been told the whole time, everyone is settled except you. Everyone is settled except you. They're offering different things to different people, which my cousins are next door. They've been offered, when you put the third line in, you'll have access to city water. They're on septic. And everyone's been told different things. That wasn't offered to Howard. You have to treat everybody fairly, and that hasn't been done with the city. We've been told a lot of different things we asked for, and they said, well, no, we don't know that question. And it's just a shame that people are being treated like that here in Kyle, Texas, over their property. They're trying to do the right thing, but you guys are not doing the right thing.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Betty Conley.
Good evening. I'm Betty Conley. I live in 87 Eagle Creek. I'm here in Kyle, Texas. I'm the president of the Kyle Area Senior Zone. I wanted to say thank you for your investment and support with the building that's located on 1500 Daisy Lane. It remains a top priority with you all for the seniors, disabled adults, and the community of Kyle. Working with the expertise of the architect, the Kyle City Parks and Rec, and others, we were able to fulfill the requirements for the Mega Flex Plan option. I'm hopeful now that through conversations that we can agree that the plan is a win-win for everyone as it is. It supports both needs for the seniors, the disabled, the community, with 6 rooms for senior programmings and community access for rooms, with larger rooms for special events when rooms are totally divided. We also have sent a letter from the seniors to request the building be named the Adele Hurst Activity Center. After taking time to talk to her family and friends, we realized that she was not only the founder of CAS, but was also involved heavily with community action and served as the board of the Friends of the Kyle Library. Therefore, we request that the new building be named the Adele Hurst Community Center. So it's for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Sandy Gonzalez.
Hello, good evening. I'm glad to see agenda item number 24. I don't know if this is the appropriate place or time to ask, but I would like to ask if you could move that closer to the beginning of the city council meeting. I think it's important. This company, from what I understand, has a lot of experience in moving these types of trees and relocating them. And I would like to know how, or what their plan is. I also hope that everyone here will listen to what the experts are gonna say about their proposal as far as moving. So soil preparation, aftercare, pre-care, pre-treatment, or whatever needs to happen, appropriate watering schedule once it is moved, and fertilizing, whatever it takes to help establish the survivability of that tree, because the city is putting a lot of money into it. I recognize that. And also, really most importantly, when is the best time to move the tree? Because Texas, summer is really the worst time to move it. The tree is not dormant, it's still growing. But really the best time to move any big plant, or really any plant, but especially something like that, would be when it's dormant. And so that would be for us late fall, early spring. We don't experience ground freezing here, so that would not be an issue. But moving it in July or August, I think would be a problem. I've done it before with a small tree, and it required so much care because of the tough weather that we experience here. I think that's it. So yes, if you can move it, but if you don't, I understand.
All right, thank you.
I'll still hear it.
All right, next up is Kate Johnson.
I am here today to speak on behalf of a remarkable and irreplaceable piece of our community's history, the Bearing Oak, located directly in the path of the proposed realignment of Old North Old Stagecoach Road. This is not simply a tree, it is a living landmark recorded as early as 1871 that played a crucial role in early land surveys, helping to define the boundaries of properties in what would later become the city of Kyle. The Bearing Oak stands today in the front yard of Alton Frankie, whose family has taken the time to mark the tree with a yellow ribbon, a quiet but powerful symbol of its importance. Just 65 feet to the west of this oak sits a stone mound placed there in 1871 as a surveyor's marker. Along with the tree, it formed a critical reference point in early land surveys used long before GPS or modern mapping systems. These landmarks were recorded in metes and bounds descriptions, the detailed legal language used in deeds to define property boundaries. If you've ever seen an old deed, you might notice phrasing like beginning at the Bearing Oak, 65 feet east of the stone mound. These weren't just descriptive touches. They were legally binding markers used to settle property boundaries, avoid disputes, and ensure land ownership was clearly defined. In this way, the Bearing Oak is more than a natural feature. It is part of the legal DNA of this community. This tree has stood witness to over 150 years of growth and change. Once 18 inches in circumference, it is now grown to 23 inches. That steady growth mirrors our city's story, rooted, resilient, and expanding. I want to make it clear I support Kyle's need for road improvements and infrastructure development, but I also believe that progress and preservation can and should coexist. Other cities have found creative ways to incorporate heritage trees into modern designs. A small adjustment to the road alignment could allow this tree to continue doing what it's done for generations, connect us to the land and to one another. To cut down this oak would be to erase a direct link to the origins of our community, a chapter of Kyle's history that's still standing, alive and growing. Let us be the generation that chooses to honor that past, not clear it away. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
All right, thank you very much. Those are all the forms that I have. Are there any other forms submitted? I must have went over you. I'm sorry. I got them out of. Cynthia Bolding. I'm sorry. I somehow went right over the top of it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Bolding, and I'm the Secretary of the Board for the Kyle Area Senior Zone. Thank you for investing in the seniors of Kyle by purchasing the beautiful facility on Dacey Lane. Tonight, I ask each one of you for your support for the Mega Max Flex floor plan, which is absolutely the best design for the city of Kyle and its senior citizens. It provides the best of both worlds, one amazing ballroom which accommodates up to 300 people, and retractable partitions providing 6 spaces accommodating 50 people each. Just think of the possibilities. Meetings, small group activities, collaborations, and lunches all happening at the same time. We are excited about the grand ballroom designed for amazing events, not only to bring the citizens of Kyle together, but also to draw people into our community. With its premier location, it will be quite literally a beacon on a hill, beautifully designed with the state-of-the-art sound systems and lighting so that all can see and hear. How exciting. With these flexible spaces, we will be able to implement even more programming that has been on hold for years due to lack of breakout space for concurrent programs. We want to be able to involve even more of our wonderful community. Participation in healthy, worthwhile activities is vitally important for all of us. And finally, I want to advocate for the naming of the building at 1500 Daisy Lane as the Adele Hurst Community Center. Your vote tonight for the Mega Max Flex is a vote for all of us. We are counting on each and every one of you for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I also have Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. I'd like to begin by commenting on the Ethics Commission, thanking you for each deciding to allow the Ethics Commission to hear all the complaints and decide their validity. I appreciate it. I think it was a good decision, and I appreciate it. For anybody that does not know about this situation, you can read more about it in the Hayes Free Press. June the 4th, City Council approves legal sufficiency clause, requires presentation to the Ethics Commission. It also mentions the council illegally removing a citizen from public comments, which I think is very sad, and I hope that that doesn't happen again. We've seen our First Amendment rights violated here time and time again. We've been told no clapping. The council claps and allows others to clap, and we'd like to see that stop. It's a serious violation. Also, I would like to ask about the legal opinion, if the commission received that yet on this ethics question. If you could make it public, the 4 complaints that the ECO dismissed without authority need to be given to the commission to review and decide their merits. And I'd also like to ask the council about the decision you made recently to have Sarah Kerr be the alternate ECO. Christina Demers was to be the primary, and I would like to know why that change hasn't been made yet, and to please change it ASAP. And ask Christina to review the 10 pages of rules for ethics hearings and give her opinion on those. Thank you. I also would like to talk about the senior or community center. I'd ask you to consider the valuable input that Betty Conley and Cindy Bolding and others at CAS have given you regarding the future center. They have experience and know what works best for the community. I would ask you to please value our seniors. I've recently spoken with Councilmember Harris and David Lopez about an idea for a water aerobics instructor for our seniors. They lost their instructor, and our Parks Department has been unable to find one for 2 years in a row. It's tragic, as this class is beneficial for our elderly, and in order to have a vibrant community of seniors, they must stay active. I know this. My own mom is almost 97. She's still exercising and very active, and it's very important. And one day, each of us, each of you and I will realize it in a very real way. I'm also concerned about all the roundabouts planned for the city. I know you're going to be talking about it tonight. In addition to the extraordinary cost to the city for the roundabouts versus lights, I'd like to know the cost of beautifying all the roundabouts. That would include lighting, irrigation, art installation, landscaping, etc. All of these have to be maintained, and the cost will be ongoing. And I would love to see a roundabouts first policy amended. Instead of saying that you will put one first anywhere you can acquire the property, I think it should say where other things that will indicate whether it makes sense to put it in that spot. I know of some right now that doesn't make sense, and I would like to see that changed. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Jennifer, do you have any other forms? All right, did I miss anyone who submitted a form? Yeah, it's okay if you just be sure and fill out a form. You can come up and speak, and you need to state your name if that's okay.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lauren Foy. I am representing PALS, Pet Preventator of Central Texas. We are the local nonprofit, free spay and neuter local animal hospital. I'm here to support the commendable presentation that's about to present from Kyle of doing this beautiful, amazing new community shelter. I know that there is some concern that there may not be services provided or community animal health. If you notice when you see this presentation, there is a wing that is just for community animals. we are looking forward to being a part of this project and being able to provide those services to the citizens of Kyle and Hays County. I know that I was part of the very beginning planning of this animal shelter, and it was very strategic in the sense of making sure that as it was being developed, that critical essential programs are implemented into this procedure. So you will make sure that you'll understand when you see this that that was put in with care, that it's not just a shelter, that there are going to be resources to make sure that animals are reunited with their people, that are supported, that they get to stay. It's not a traditional shelter. That's not what Kyle's trying to do today. And I just wanted to be here to support you guys in this amazing action of developing this beautiful new project and saying that PAL supports it. And we can't wait to be a part of all the new things that you guys are going to be doing in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. With no further comments, I will now close citizen comments. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up is agenda item number 2, agenda order. Does anybody have any desire to move any of these items around on the agenda? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, Mayor, if we could get, what do you call it? Where is it? Sorry, I'm looking for it right now. I need items number 26, 27 moved up. And 28, I believe. And if we can move up item 24 sometimes, not as soon as the 27, 28, but as long we could move it up a little bit, it'd be great.
All right, with your permission, I'd still like to do the meet and confer before,
Yeah, that
and we'll
would be-
put those after the meet and
Yeah, that
confer.
would be great, after meet and
Is
confer.
that agreeable to everyone? All right. Any other items you want to discuss? All right, next up is agenda item number 3, appointments. Consider approval of a resolution to appoint a representative to seat 8 of the Impact Fee Advisory Committee for the City of Kyle as the extraterritorial jurisdiction representative, and confirm the Planning and Zoning Commission to serve as Impact Fee Advisory Committee as authorized under Chapter 395 of the Texas Local Government Code for the Water and Wastewater Impact Fee Study. Mr. Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. So, impact fee study process. An impact fee is one that is a one-time charge that local governments may impose on developers, property owners to help pay for the cost of public infrastructure and services required by new development. An analysis including land use assumptions, a capital improvement plan, and fee calculation is required by the Texas Local Government Code to ensure that impact fees are fair, justifiable, and legally defensible. HDR is our firm that has been engaged to work on this analysis, and the analysis is scheduled to be complete by the end of July. So Chapter 395, financing capital improvements required by new development in municipalities, counties, and certain other local governments. Section 395.058, the city must appoint an impact fee advisory committee. Advisory committee is 5 members appointed by the majority vote of council. Impact fees applies to extraterritorial jurisdiction, or the ETJ, and must include a representative from that area. Committee responsibilities include review the capital improvements of the capital improvements plan, advise council the need to update or revise land use capital improvements plan, and impact fees. Local government code allows for the Planning and Zoning Commission to serve as the Impact Fee Advisory Committee. Kyle has traditionally used P&Z to serve in this capacity. LCC 395.08 requires that one of the members lives within the extraterritorial jurisdiction. Current P&Z memberships do not have a person that lives within the ETJ. This resolution will support the ETJ appointment and confirm that the P&Z role as Impact Fee Advisory Committee. Staff reviewed the current applications that had been submitted for other boards and commissions and contacted 3 candidates who showed interest in serving on the Impact Fee Advisory Committee. So I'm going to introduce them, and if they're here, they please stand up. And then we've got a very brief resume. So Jeremiah Bush is here. Jeremiah, please stand up. We've got Sandra Zybel. Sandra. And I haven't met Trey George here tonight, but Trey, there he is. Trey, thank you. So these are the three candidates that we had put forward. Staff recommends a resolution appointment of Jeremiah Bush to the Impact Fee Advisory Committee as the ETJ representative in seat number 8. Staff recommends the appointment as it will complete the required membership of the Impact Fee Advisory Committee in accordance with state law and confirm the appointment of P&Z members to serve as the on the Impact Fee Advisory Committee. Option 1 for council is to approve staff's recommendation by appointing Mr. Bush to the Impact Fee Advisory Committee as the ETJ representative in seat number 8 and approving the resolution. Option 2 is appoint one of the alternate candidates to the Impact Fee Advisory Committee to as the ETJ representative, seat number 8, and approve the resolution. Option number 3, recommend an alternative appointment and resolution. Option number 4, request a new application process to find another qualified candidate for the Impact Fee Advisory Committee. And that closes out our
All
presentation.
right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Murphy? Comments? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve option 1.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, second by Councilmember McKinney that we approve option 1 of the Impact Advisory Committee item. Is there a discussion on that motion?
I just want to thank you for stepping up and wanting to serve. Thank you very much.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right, anyone else? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you. All right, next up, reports and presentations. Agenda item 4, a proclamation recognizing Juneteenth. Councilmember Tobias.
Thank you. Whereas the institution of slavery in America began in 1619 with the landing of the first African slaves on our shores in continuation of cruel, inhumane practice lasting until President Abraham Lincoln officially issued Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas, although this historic proclamation was issued in 1863, Texas slaves received word of liberation 2.5 years later on June 19th, 1865, after Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger landed on Galveston Island and announced that all Texas slaves were free. And whereas the 19th day of June, or Juneteenth, became a day of jubilation and liberation for Texas slaves, and today in the oldest known celebration of the ending of slavery in our nation. Juneteenth commemorates African Americans' freedoms and achievements while emphasizing education of the holiday for all citizens. It is a day, a week, a month marked with celebrations, presentations, picnics, and family gatherings. It is a time for reflection and rejoicing. It is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and for planning the future. In cities across the country, people of all cultures, nationalities, and religions are joining hands to truthfully acknowledge in a period in our history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. Sensitized to the conditions and experiences of others, only then can we make significant, lasting improvements in our society. So whereas on June 13th, 1979, Governor William P. Clements signed a bill into law that made the Juneteenth Emancipation Day an official state holiday in Texas. And on June 17th, 2021, President Joe Biden signed into law S.47-475, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, which designates Juneteenth National Independence Day as a legal public holiday. And whereas the City of Kyle provides opportunities to reflect and rejoice to celebrate Juneteenth through the month of June in a variety of activities and events. Now therefore I be presented and proclaimed that the City of Kyle does hereby recognize the celebration day, Thursday, June 19th, 2025, as Juneteenth. Several activities and happenings have been scheduled across the city in counties and public parks, local churches, neighborhoods, public spaces, and family-friendly events. The City of Kyle calls upon the citizens locally and beyond to join together in honor of this significant date to recognize the importance of Juneteenth and human freedom so cherished by the people of the United States. Signed on this day, June 17th, 2025.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Tobias. Does anybody have any comments on the Juneteenth proclamation?
Just want to thank Michael for bringing this forward, and just want to remind everyone, how important it is that we treat everybody with a lot of respect and a lot of love. We're all here. We're all living on this planet together. There's a lot of crazy times right now going on, a lot of uncertainty. We all turn on the TV and see it, but just remember that, we're all here and we're here to support each other. We're put on this planet to love each other, no matter what. It doesn't matter about where you come from or what your color of your skin is. It's all about respecting each other and being there for each other. But I just want to finish with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Next up is agenda item number 5, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction regarding the final strategy for aesthetic design elements regarding landscaping, signage, and art for the roundabouts within city roadways. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Melissa McCollum, Chief Development Officer. We're really excited to kind of have this presentation this evening to be a kind of a culmination of our pre-planning efforts of really kind of these roundabouts with really looking at kind of our final designs for what's going to be included in the landscaping and then artwork with future artwork to come back, but then also the signage. And we really tasked Coleman and Associates to use our Kyle adopted native plants species and all of this with our support from our Parks Department and John Davis, our conservation manager. So really these roundabouts should be something that we can maintain long-term that'll meet our climate needs here in Kyle. So with that, I'll turn it over to Marissa to kind of highlight where we're at and then offer you an opportunity to provide any feedback.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to be back again to present to you our latest iteration of designs for the roundabouts throughout the city of Kyle. So our internal agenda for my presentation today is to review the projects that are underway, to provide a summary of the signage concepts that we presented at the last meeting, as well as their proposed locations based on the feedback that we received. A update on the planting typologies for the landscape roundabouts, the art roundabouts, and the signage roundabouts throughout the city. And then provide an update on public art requirements and a draft location of art themes, which was also discussed at the last council meeting, which we received some feedback on, as well as some final steps of when you'll get to see Melissa and I back here again. So an update on the projects underway. These that are circled here are the projects that are currently they have active drawings that we are working with our civil engineering partners on. They are in various stages of the PS&E process. So we participate in the 60%, 90%, and 100% PS&E packages, as well as any ASI, architect supplemental instructions that need to come out after the 100% plans have been issued. And so we've got these several that are underway, and each of them, as noted here, are the variety of roundabout typologies that we have, the signage, landscape, and art. Are there any questions about projects underway? Okay. So next we want to move into the signage concept summary. And so we have a slide here that shows all the wonderful Kyle signs that you have existing. And we mapped those out here on this map as well. And so these were the 3 concepts that we received feedback from y'all on that we wanted to move forward with. We have the kind of traditional Kyle logo sign as concept 1. We have the very patriotic Kyle sign as concept 2, and then concept 3, which Ann Coleman was very excited about, was sort of the peeled off letters that had the rendering that the movable rendering that we did and went over with y'all. So the feedback that we received was to locate, I'm going to start at the very top of the map and kind of move my way down. So to provide concept 2 in the 2 signage locations on Kohler's Crossing. mostly because those related to the Heroes Memorial Park the best. And since that is located in that area, those corresponded well. Moving a little bit further southwest, we've got in roundabout number 13, putting in concept one signage, and then on the east side along Bunton Creek Road, incorporating concept number 3. Are there any questions about that? Comments, concerns?
On the roundabout near, what do you call it, the PAC Center, Brian, just making sure that we're reaching out to the school district and communicating with them, okay?
So noted, thank you. So we're going to move into planting typologies now. Melissa gave a little intro to this, and so we've been working with the Parks Department on the City of Kyle approved plant list. And so here's, I'm sure that y'all have been presented this information before on the native plant palette process and all of its benefits. And so are there any questions or concerns about plant palette?
As long as we're following the process, that was a really good job by the Parks Department highlighting the different species of plants that we should be using in our planting. I was unaware that, there were certain plants that because you thought they were, eco-friendly, they were probably from a desert area that we could use them here, but seeing that they actually have a detriment in our area, when it comes to water or even species, was great to see. So it was a great plan, so I'm glad y'all are following it. Park Department did a great job of putting that together, by the way.
All right. So we have, as I mentioned, the 3 types of roundabouts. We have art roundabouts, we have the signage roundabouts, and we have the landscape only roundabouts. So I'm going to run through these kind of quickly because all of these plants are off of the approved plant list. And it's very similar to the designs that were presented at the last meeting. We've just kind of changed out some of the species to make sure that they're all on the list. And what we're looking for as part of these is good seasonal color, making sure that we have items that have not only seasonal color, but seasonal interest, that we have good foundational plants that are going to be there all the time as various plants experience dormancy and things of that nature. So along the art roundabout, you can see the art pad that is located in the middle. Since art, as we're moving forward with these documents, art is largely to be determined. There will be an official process that comes through the city on that. So you can see the art pad there in the middle. We reviewed this with all of you at the prior council meetings, but these are all also taking into account the appropriate view constraints that we have with the civil engineers. So making sure that that area between the outer ring of the circle in towards the circle for a certain amount, which is dependent on each roundabout, there's a lot of math calculations that go into that those areas are lower than 3 feet. Because that's an important view triangle so that you can view oncoming traffic that's entering the roundabout as you are proceeding through it. And so in this particular plan, we have these sort of base plants that will go in each of the art roundabouts. And then you'll see in the next slide, we provide several variations of plants that will be subbed in to the areas that you don't see highlighted here, which will provide the accent plants at the various locations. So this one, we have a mix of little blue stem, blackfoot daisy, frog fruit, big muley, zexminia, and red yucca. And then those are paired with, sort of as we move a little bit further into the roundabout, these versions of the accent plants. So those base plants will either be paired with Texas prickly pear and skeleton leaf goldeneye, or nolina and flamacanthus, or Buckley's yucca and yellow bells. So across all of the art roundabouts, we want to be able to provide some variety to each of them and not have them be absolutely cookie cutter. So this allows for us some variety to sort of spread these accent plants across the roundabouts across the art roundabouts throughout the city. We also have our consistent hardscape elements. These have not changed since the last presentation. Hardwood mulch, the stamped concrete rim around the edge to allow for a certain overflow of tires that sometimes occur on the central roundabout area. The 5/8 inch granite gravel, steel edging, some steel plate in some of these areas to kind of get a little height in the roundabouts. That's something that, as we talked with various traffic engineers, the science behind the roundabouts is currently that if you can get some height up towards the middle of the roundabout, that actually helps for them to function in a more safe way because you are focused directly on incoming traffic and not what is happening through the roundabout.
I have a question.
Yes.
So on the mulch, I'd like to request that we not use dyed products and that we use local mulch, such as cedar bark mulch, which prevents or discourages the ants in the roundabout.
Yes, we always recommend using a native hardwood mulch, a double grind native hardwood mulch. So thank you for that comment. We're also incorporating the use of limestone blocks, and then obviously the concrete pedestal piece for the art. Any questions on art roundabouts? All right, we're gonna move on to landscape roundabouts. So these are the roundabouts that are filled solely with plants. There we have the largest quantity, I think there's 13 landscape-only roundabouts as part of this. And this is the only roundabout typology that includes shade trees. Hard to do with the art. We don't want to obscure that. And then we felt with the signage roundabouts that having the shade trees might end up competing with the signage. So the signage roundabouts have some ornamental trees that are associated with them, I believe. So in the landscape roundabout, we're moving forward with the same agenda as the art one, where we've got a base group of plants that we're using: big muley, Texas prickly pear, Nolina, Turk's cap, Zexminia, the mealy blue sage, and red yucca. And those are mixed with the accent plants that are subbed in, either frog fruit and twist leaf yucca, Zexminia or Buckley's yucca, and Greg's mistflower and green yucca. So these are all included here. And then we have 4 shade tree varieties that can be used in the roundabouts. And we are planning on using a single species in each roundabout so that it doesn't get too busy. So we will either have groups of cedar elms, red oaks, live oaks, or lacy oaks within these areas. We are moving forward with the same hardscape materials that are associated with these. So any questions, comments, concerns on landscape? All right. Our final frontier is the signage roundabouts. We have the same process that we're using with this. We've got our Texas prickly pear, snake herb, yellow bells, big muley, Zexminia, and flame acanthus as our base planting plan. And then our 2 versions for this are the twist leaf green yucca, blackfoot daisy, and the red yucca and frog fruit for these areas. And very similar, but a somewhat limited hardscape palette for this, just because we don't necessarily need the height in the center of these roundabouts because we have the signage that is located on each corner as we enter the roundabout. Any questions, comments, concerns on signage roundabouts? All right. So public art, we presented this at prior meetings. This has been we've worked on this with the Art and Culture Commission with the city, and we hope that the scope and theme for the roundabouts would be to celebrate local flora and fauna, to honor local history, and to embrace community growth. We talked about materiality, making sure that these are durable, non-kinetic. We have also provided information on the max weight that the pre-engineered pad can be accommodating, as well as the size of the art so that we can keep the foundation as part of the roundabout projects, but like I said, procure the art at a later date through the official city RFP process. And then we have, if lighting is desired by the artist, that we will work to provide a conduit for electrical at each of the roundabouts, which we have anyway because we are installing irrigation at each of the roundabouts. So we can work with the artist to make sure that their electrical requirements are being met. So as part of the art roundabout locations, we have 5 located throughout the city here. And at the last meeting, we wanted to just come back and verify that we heard your comments correctly. So we'll start at roundabout 3, which is the top left dot off of Kohlers, incorporating a veteran or U.S. history themed to tie in with the red, white, and blue signage that we have proposed, as well as Hero Memorial Park. At roundabout number 4, which is to the top right of the screen along Windy Hill, one of the comments we received was to have art, the art of celebrating local history to mark the farming and ranching nature and character of that area of Kyle. For roundabout number 9, which is just southwest of number 4, it was a decision to embrace the community, to have the Embrace Community Growth theme. For roundabout number 12, which is on the far west side of the page here, going with the flora and fauna theme, and the same for roundabout number 18. So we just wanted to verify that this aligns with prior comments that we received from council.
Yes, thank you for number 4.
All right.
Growing up in this area, that was a lot of farming and tractor usage during the summertime, where a lot of the farmers and ranchers would get their crops. And I remember driving our tractor to my grandmother's house off of Mathis Street Road. And so I'm glad we're kind of embracing that type of history, celebrating that history. Thank you.
Yeah, we're very excited to see the RFP process go through and the great ideas that the artists will have to fill the space in the center of the roundabouts. All right, well, we just wanted to solicit, this was sort of our rundown of recommendations and feedback. I kind of ad-libbed and did it as I went. So I think we didn't have any comments on the plant typologies or accent features, aside from the noted making sure we use a native hardwood cedar mulch in lieu of a dyed mulch, which is easily accommodated. I think our art themes are aligned. Signage themes made sense.
And just making sure we're following the plans that the Parks Department gave us, making the list.
Yep, all of these plants are off of the list.
Okay, sounds good. Great.
And so next steps.
Yeah, so really next steps are to get Coleman and Associates to really go back and make sure that kind of all the landscape, or honestly all the roundabouts that are in the process, make sure that they incorporate these plant typologies and plant species in those. And then we'll work to start doing some RFPs for the artwork that's going into this, really kind of finalize some of the signage costs and signs and get that information back as part of that. But really, honestly, next steps for you as the council would really to see the individual art pieces when those come in for the roundabouts.
Okay, so on that, the proposals will first go to the Arts and Culture Board?
Yes,
no?
I think they would go out for an RFP. We'll work with Parks as oversees the Arts and Culture Board and make sure that they have kind of our design elements associated with those, the concrete pad thickness and weight and all of that to incorporate that into the art.
Okay, so the Parks Board is looking at the landscaping, but the Arts and Culture Board will look at the specific art? So it'll be almost like two different groups?
Yeah, I actually, we're done with the Parks Board for landscaping. We're hoping that truly we'll just update the plans that are going with these roundabouts and get them to be incorporated when the roads are built. But the artwork will be reviewed by the Arts and Culture Board, and for awarding the contracts associated that will come back to council.
Okay, and by the time we see renderings of whatever the proposals might be for the art structure, that will have, by that time, the next time we see it again, it will have gone through the Arts Board. They will have selected someone to design it, and that artist will give us renderings of different options, or will it be just one? And then if it's coming to us, it'll just be one option per roundabout art piece, or like the last time we had multiple options presented to us. We didn't necessarily like either of them. We went with one and not the other, and there were firms who had made different bids. But are you saying that this will be a different process where it'll just go through the Arts Board and then we sort of just confirm it, or are we going to have options?
Great question. I don't know if all of that had been decided exactly yet, but we do want to set up some of the parameters, okay. Give the artists these themes, understand kind of the elements associated that, and then even more so really the timing of when that artwork needs to come online, because they're not all coming online at the same time either.
So that's my next question. It's for everyone is, when is the timing of this? Is the art piece, I assume the landscaping and the signage is all part of the CIP of the project, so that it's being funded out of that CIP?
Yes.
Right, yeah, so the idea is to be able to deliver the roundabouts at the time that the construction of the road is being done with the road bond projects. The artwork itself may take a little bit longer, and I think going back to your question about that process, what I would recommend is that we'd go through the competitive process, do an RFP, the Arts and Cultural Board would make a recommendation to you of which
Of an artist or of a
piece,
of a piece?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. They would get submission from each. Here's what they think they would look like, what they would, where they would put them, and why they signify, the theme that we're trying to promote, and then let you see those. And with their recommendation, of course, the council then could decide to make a different selection out of those. That's what I'd recommend and have seen in the past. But we
maybe
need to
it's
get
more of a question to council then. Would you do you want to be more involved in the earlier? I mean, obviously the arts board is going to be involved. Art is subjective. We got a taste of it's different to everyone. I understand the different, keywords that we just gave as far as the themes, but there's a lot of gray area in what that might be. And Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, well, I think that we appoint board. I think I would trust them to do the preliminary evaluations.
So you're more on the side of doing it. We're at the
Yeah.
end, and we're just going to accept a nominated piece.
But if we don't like it, we can
push it back.
request something else.
Okay.
Well, and I think to the mayor's point, that's why if we got a little bit of a look of it earlier, then, we could see what was being proposed as well. Go with the art board's recommendations, but also have, some kind of a resonance of what's coming forward, right? What if there's missing something? And like you say, art's subjective. We don't always agree on what's going on. Look, honestly, I've visited a couple of cities that had some art boards, and there's some pieces that were, the art board had approved, and the rest of the city wanted to burn them down. So it's like,
Well, that's the
sometimes
risk you take.
it's kind of.
Yeah, that's a risk.
It's kind of a risk, so that's, I guess that's what I'm trying to avoid, is the risk. I'd love to see it,
Well-
still go with, allow the Parks Board to go through their process, but at least get a heads up, right? That's what I'm hoping on.
Yeah, I don't think even the council would agree on any individual
Right.
piece. And I really think our arts board, it's artists. And we've been
Yeah.
really careful to try to make sure we've got the viewpoint of an artist.
I definitely
don't
wanna get
have
the
an
viewpoint.
artist eye.
Yeah.
I am not, I am not going to say, ooh, I like that one, I like that one. Ooh, I don't like that one, because I don't have the artist eye. So I would really like to rely mainly on the Arts Council, which we gave them the responsibility to do that.
Brian, do you think we've given enough direction when it comes to what way the city wants to go for them to be able to evaluate what we're thinking?
If
Well,
we don't like it, we can send it back.
Yeah, I think it's some broad themes. Art is very subjective, and it will be difficult for us to really pinpoint exactly what that will look like and how it will be perceived. And so I think letting the artists do that work and bringing that to you, and as a body, you get to see that. The Arts and Cultural Board gets to see it, and then ultimately the council gets to see it and decide if that is a piece that you want to put at that location and reflects kind of the theme that you're going for. You can always say no.
I guess I'd feel guilty, they put in all that work and then we say no, and it's like, well, yeah, that's not gonna work. But I guess it'd be the honest way to do it, so yeah.
Councilmember Kinney.
Yeah, well, I feel it's certainly appropriate that this goes through the Arts Board. I would like to see multiple options, not just one per. And I think that would give us a little bit more to talk about and kind of decide as a council what we want.
What if we ask the Arts Board to, like, for example, give us like the board itself to like expound upon the themes, like for example, the ranching and farming one. What if we ask them to look into it and then give us like a fleshed out, we see it like this, or honoring this person, and then there's like a prompt that we agree with, that prompt then goes out to bid, so that it's not just so wide open, because that's what the last set of art that came to us made me think. Like, it's truly interpretive, and there's not even just there's no like coalescing behind even a theme.
So for the farming, as an example, for the Kyle farming and ranching heritage, here are 3 potential ideas that we think maybe make sense from that Council, do you agree with those?
Not a picture, words.
Right.
Like
That's how
describe
we
it.
would describe
Because
it.
if you can describe it and then we're like, yes, we understand that. Now artists, which we are not, try to fulfill that vision. It might get us closer to something we like.
Right.
Because we all have kind of our ideas.
Well, we kind of said that, or we did say that.
Well, say for example, the farming, it may not just be that they design something. We could find an artifact. I mean, there's a lot of, older tractors, older machinery that could be refurbished and placed out there. Something that's original, that like, there's a piece that belonged to somebody or something. And for example, right there, that could be a little foundation of a structure.
Yeah, like an old farm piece,
An
early
old farm piece,
1900s or.
a plow or something like that, or just to recognize the
Literally,
area.
Plow was the first thing that came to my mind.
Exactly, the area itself, and this is unique. It's not some artist that came in from wherever and built it. This is an actual working piece on this land in that area. You can look at it like that.
Yeah, like the art needs to be that or something like that that's connected to our actual core history. A piece from here or, some kind of symbol from, brands from here. I know that's been a lot. We've got those on the interstate. It would be good, I think, to get some limitation on, or not even limitation, definition of what we're trying to get from the board. And then I think that would help us to give, because I think Councilmember Harris is right. I mean, at the end of the day, the board needs to be the one doing the heavy lifting, having the detailed conversations. We need to keep it at that 30,000-foot level. But at the same time, if we don't say anything and just wait for something to come back at the very end and we hate it, that is going to put everyone in a bad situation. So it has to be sort of like a little bit iterative along the way.
Perhaps what we can do is go to the Arts and Cultural Board, have this conversation, try to flesh out the process a little bit more, come up with some better descriptions, and then bring that back to the council, make sure we're headed in the right direction. We could certainly do that.
Does that sound
good?
good?
And get their feedback.
Well, one last question. So the landscape, it's all budgeted from the CIP. Would the art in these roundabouts be budgeted from that CIP as well, or is that a separate? Because we only have $60,000 in the budget for art, because these are separate CIP projects, and I'm just wanting to make sure that within our bond programs and the various CIP sources that we've got it funded already right now, or was at least some amount.
We have some funding already for each of the roundabouts in the road bond program. And then in addition to that, we set aside $1 million a year for the implementation of the roundabouts, the beautification of those. So some of that could go for the artwork that we have, depending on what the cost is. I don't think we know yet what some of those cost elements are, but we do have some funding streams for those. It could be that you have a few pad sites for the art that take a little bit of time to actually complete and fund and build the sites out. But we do have funding to at least start the roundabouts. You might just have a pad site for the art until it can be funded and actually commissioned. We do have money for that.
All right, any other discussion? All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
I know there was some discussion about the roundabouts early on, citizen comment, but, about roundabouts being priority for us, things like that. I just wanted to throw out some statistics that we got from the city of Carmel, Indiana. In 1996, the population of Carmel, Indiana was 31,808 residents. Their personal injury accidents averaged 216 per year, and it was 68% of their accidents were personal injury accidents. They implemented Roundabout First program, and now in 2022, at 102,496 residents, they only average 161 personal injury accidents. That's only 15%, from 68% to 15%, and they've more than doubled in size. The number of personal injury accidents has really declined. So I just wanted to give those numbers out and show why we're looking at roundabouts. It's not because we love roundabouts, it's because they're safer. I mean, the statistics are here. It's a city that's implemented roundabouts, and we're going by numbers, real data and real numbers. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, thank you all very much. All right, next up is agenda item number 6, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff feedback on the design for parking lots at Steeplechase and Waterleaf Parks.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. We're excited to bring you all some updates on Waterleaf Park and Steeplechase parking renovations, which are very transformational projects for our park system that are going to be including not only lighting and landscape improvements, but will also effectively double the amount of parking we have featured at these sites. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Jerry Romero of HDR Engineering to tell you more about this project.
Good evening, council members. So I'll be walking you through a summary of the parking improvements for Waterleaf Park and Steeplechase Park. We're going to cover, for each park, we're going to cover their existing condition, what the proposed improvements will be, site plan. We'll cover the site plan for the parks, the landscaping plan, and then I'll touch on the landscaping palette, ornamental fencing, EV approaches, and we'll cover the preliminary construction cost and where we are within the timeline for both these parks. All right, so Waterleaf Park, in its current state, it has 3 baseball fields, a playground area, public restrooms, a storage area. It's a gravel parking area surrounded by concrete boulders, and it has limited pedestrian connectivity throughout, no available handicap parking. There's no parking delineation, and limited vehicle circulation. There's only one driveway to access this area, and serves as both entry and exit. And the surrounding trees that are planted are not native to the area, and there's minimal lighting. For the proposed improvements of Waterleaf, we're proposing a new asphalt pavement surface with parking lot striping, 4 ADA parking stalls, 63 total parking stalls for the park, and a new 7-foot wide sidewalk with ribbon curb, ornamental metal fencing, an additional driveway access, and native landscaping with irrigation, which follows the City of Kyle's approved list of tree species, and new lighting, as well as EV charging stalls. So this is a layout of the site plan for Waterleaf for the proposed improvements, and you can see clear delineation of the parking spaces, ADA spaces on at both ends. We have the EV charging stalls, the new driveway, which is to the left side, providing a circulation around the parking lot with a point of entry and a point of exit, and improved accessibility and aesthetics for the park. For the landscaping plan, this is the location of the trees, new trees that, like I said, following the approved list of tree species from the City of Kyle. So we have trees at the front, trees in the back, and the ornamental fencing surrounding the area as well. For Steeplechase Park.
If we can stop on that one real
Yep.
quick, on Waterley Park, just making sure the trees are tall enough where we get a lot of shading. And the reason why is, if you ever go to parking lots, I see it a lot at San Antonio Zoo, at Home Depot and other area parking lots you go to, people are fighting over those tree shades, you know what I mean? Those parking spots. But to make sure that we get enough parking spots with enough trees, that'll keep them from having to fight over a spot. But, actually it also helps with the pavement we've got going on. So it creates a heat island. Having those trees there will help mitigate that heat island out of there in the afternoon, especially the hottest part of the day. So making sure that we're getting trees that are tall enough to help mitigate that, please.
Yes, yeah. And to your point, the spacing of the trees is accounting for the canopy as well. And also, being that they're native to the area, we're reducing maintenance as well.
Yeah, it's definitely important. Thank you.
All right, so onto Steeplechase Park. In its current condition, Steeplechase Park features 2 baseball fields, a soccer field, 3 parking areas, a dog park, a playground area, public restrooms, 2 parking areas that are surrounded by wooden bollards. It does lack pedestrian connectivity. There is no delineated handicap parking, and no parking stall delineation at any of these areas. Also limited vehicle circulation. and minimal lighting. For the proposed improvements, I'm going to cover 4 different areas for Steeplechase Park, and so I'll refer to those as the Dock Park, the main area, Kimway, and basketball courts. In total, for all these 4 spaces, we're looking at 163 parking stalls. So for the Dock Park, we are proposing a grid paver surface, also parking lot striping, 2 ADA parking stalls, 15 total parking stalls, 6-foot wide sidewalk, ribbon curb, new metal ornamental fencing, native landscaping with irrigation, new lighting. Similar for the other 3, right? The same components. And so for the main area, 2 ADA parking stalls, 10 total parking stalls, 4 EV charging stalls, 7-foot sidewalk, new ribbon curb, ornamental fencing, landscaping and lighting. Kimway, grid paver surface, parking lot striping, 3 ADA parking stalls, 60 total parking stalls, new 7-foot sidewalk, ribbon curb, ornamental fencing, landscaping with irrigation, lighting, and basketball courts area, also new grid paver surface, parking lot striping, 4 ADA parking stalls, 63 total parking stalls, 7-foot wide sidewalk, ribbon curb, ornamental fencing, landscaping with irrigation and new lighting. So the only area here with a asphalt surface would be the main area, and I'll cover that, but it's at the intersection with Kimway. So I'll show you guys the layout for that. Here in these pictures, you'll see the dual port charging station with charge point, which is one of the ones that we're looking at as an option. And also to the right, there's the grid paver surface, which acts as a natural ground surface, allowing water to seep through. To the top is the proposed lighting model for Steeplechase and Waterleaf. So this is the layout for the Dock Park area at Steeplechase Park. As I mentioned, the grid paver surface, delineated parking, delineated ADA spaces, improved connectivity, crosswalk, so improved safety at the park as well. Landscaping for the dog park, just showing the location of the spacing of the trees. Again, all of the trees that you're going to see are going to be meeting canopy and requirements, as well as following the city-approved lists of tree species. For the main area here at Kimway and Halley Drive, this is the only one with asphalt surface. And it does feature 4 EV parking stations, as well as ADA parking, improved connectivity, new sidewalk, and going towards the west, landscape plan. So this is the landscape plan for the main area. Again, tree canopy, list of tree species, which I'll cover here, the palette in just a bit. And we're going to move over to the east for Kimway. So Kimway, it's in its current condition, is a gravel surface. It looks like residents in the area park there for some of the events. This is fronting the soccer fields at Steeplechase. And so the proposed improvements here are delineated parking with ADA striping, pedestrian access, sidewalk, and fence running along this parking area, which does implement fence openings throughout to avoid interrupting access to pedestrians. So here's the landscaping plan. Again, trees meeting separation requirements, canopy requirements. And the basketball court area, another grid paver surface, similar scenario here, additional sidewalk, ADA parking, and We have provided connections to the adjacent community neighborhood with new sidewalk that ties in to the existing sidewalk there to the north on the page here, as well as a crosswalk to provide connectivity from both sides of the parking lot back to the existing sidewalk. Landscaping plan, just the layout of the tree spacing there. And this is the landscape palette. Again, this is coming from the City of Kyle's approved list of tree species.
Can you go back to the landscaping plan?
Yep.
We didn't get that in our backup. So I didn't get to take a look at it.
This one here?
Yeah, that one right there.
Yep.
I don't have that one.
Yeah, and what you see as well in gray is also going to be sod, new sod around those trees as well.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't have that in my backup, so thank you, appreciate it.
So the landscaping palette there, and then for ornamental fencing, as I mentioned before, it's a metal black fencing. It does provide improved aesthetics to the park, and will feature openings throughout to allow for pedestrian access in different areas, including multiple openings along the soccer fields, basketball courts, so that we don't interrupt access. So for the EV approaches, this is something that we're still looking at. So we're exploring different charging options, but no decisions have been made. We're exploring options such as ChargePoint. It's a dual port charging, residential style chargers, or simply installing the underground infrastructure for a future decision being made. To help with this, the City of Kyle will bring in a consultant to assist with due diligence, and we'll also be working with the City of Kyle Transportation Department and incorporating community feedback for a more balanced solution. All right, and for the construction opinion of probable construction cost, what you're looking at here is the total for Waterleaf and Steeplechase, also including contingency costs. One thing to note here is so we have learned some new information from PEC, the electrical provider, regarding Waterleaf, and there is, for the EV parking, there would be an added cost that is not shown here, about $72,000 to install a new primary underground line that would provide power to the EV charging stalls that are proposed in Waterleaf. For the rest of these, civil, landscape, electrical, erosion control, traffic control for each park. Project timeline, so this is our view of the project, and for both parks. They're running concurrently, and where we sit today is getting close to finished with the 100% design, and we'll be moving forward with a submittal for a sidewalk permit application. So going through this timeline, we're going to go through the permitting process into bidding and construction. So overall, the project would be, assuming we can get approval, construction could begin as soon as December of this year. We anticipate a 4 to 6 month construction process. And glad to take any feedback or questions from council.
All right, does anybody have any feedback or questions?
Yeah, right to your left.
I was going to see Councilmember Zuniga. I thought he might have some feedback. Councilmember Zuniga, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for that presentation. I think I agree with Councilmember Rizzo, having some shade density around that's parking lots. It's beneficial for the residents or for parking, of course. I do want to ask Brian if this is possibly a project that could be done in-house since it's a mostly parking lot. Could we get that as an option, just to see, if that's something staff could handle, or, bid it out? That's it.
I'm sure we can certainly take a look at having an in-house crew do the work. However, if we were to have the in-house crew do that work, then there would be another project, another city project that would not get done. So there'd be an offset to that. I don't know about the technical details of the work. I'd have to get with the design firm and take a look at it. We can certainly explore that to see kind of what would be the offset for having a city crew try to do that type of work. I'm not sure if we've got all of the right technical details on that. We can look at it.
Okay.
But there would be an offset. If they did this project, there's some other project that would not be done by the crew.
All right. Questions, comments, Councilmember McKinney?
Well, I just want to say that I don't think I could possibly be less excited about EV charging stations. Unless you can convince me that it'll be a positive net revenue for the city. I just, there are a lot of positive things for, the ownership of electric vehicles. I'm not going to debate that, but I don't see a reason that our residents should be subsidizing the fuel for.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's relatively low cost to include this into our scope of design at this juncture, so we'll move forward with at least designing it if it's an option. But I think there's a sort of a larger scope, citywide look into this, doing some due diligence. It's going to be led by our transportation department, just weighing through pros and cons and scenarios. What's suitable for something at a Vibe node versus something maybe in a downtown area. There's a lot of different, there's 3 different tiers of electric vehicles. Some might service in Republic, some could be session-based charging, and we'd also have to look at, what would be our philosophy for even the internal electric vehicle charging opportunities. So we're still working through it, but for design, because economies of scale, we're so good on this, it might be like an alternate that we can consider at the construction contract, which would also come before you at a later date.
Yeah, I think that was the point I was going to emphasize to the council is we'll have this as a bid alternate. So you'll see the base bid, and then here's the cost if you add the EV charging stations, so you can see what that delta is and if it's valuable enough. I know there's different opinions about the use of those, but that way we can at least bring it to you and you can see what's that number, what's the real cost to it. Could be expensive or perhaps not that much.
I know not everybody agrees with me. I just put that out there.
To counter on yours in there, you never know. You could have somebody that says, well, I need to charge my car, and they're not going to the park, and they'll use that slot. That slot could be used for a resident that really would need it. So if we're gonna have 6 charging stations, and you got people like, hey, I can go to this area over here, sit there for an hour, and charge my car or 2. That is not beneficial for the people that are going to use the park, because that's 2 or 3 spots that could be used, because people would take advantage of that because they know that it's there.
Councilman Rizzo.
So, and Doug, I don't always agree with everything, but, I can see that y'all make a really good point. What I would probably consider is exploring it, but the other thing would be also workstations. There's contained solar-powered workstations that we could put out through our Vibe Trail system. That's part of the Vibe Trail there, where people would come out and office, have Wi-Fi, but it's also solar-powered, so self-contained. You don't have all that underground infrastructure costs, but you can charge small electric vehicles like golf carts, because we're going to be doing the Vibe Trail through there. Any kind of, scooters, people work laptops, a little bit of everything. I mean, these are stations that will be self-contained, don't have a lot of infrastructure, and they're actually probably more beneficial than having the EV charging stations there. The other thing is that people can actually work there. If anything that COVID taught us is that we have a need for outdoor space, especially as people are working from home more often now, to have somewhere to go and work under this workstation and be able to charge and have Wi-Fi would be probably mentally great for them. It'd be an asset for our city, but something I would like us to explore as a city.
Additional thoughts? Comments? All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is agenda item number 7. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding a Phase 2 update of the comprehensive feasibility study for the City of Kyle Animal Care Center. Mr. Elizondo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have an update for you on The full feasibility study that we are right in the middle of for the Animal Care Center for the City of Kyle. For anyone watching that may not know, in January, we kicked off this full feasibility study with Jackson and Ryan, who's here with us tonight. In April, we gave a presentation on just the phase one, which was the needs assessment, community input, operations, and data analysis, the foundational elements of it. Today, we are bringing you phase two, which is the full site evaluation and the operational and financial feasibility. I'll have a timeline at the end, but ultimately phase three will be the wrap up. We'll come back one more time with a full report that includes all of these, as well as regulatory and legal considerations and conceptual designs as we take the steps to move forward into getting a contract for full design. So today with us, we have Jackson and Ryan, Kim Hanshin, they've been incredible partners, her and her firm, in putting this together. And we also have our own Brianna Geddes here in case we have any questions on actual animal services that we're doing in the city. Her and her team have been incredible in working with the feasibility study, but I'll hand it over to Kim for her to walk through the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, as you said, I'm Kim Hanshin with Jackson Ryan Architects, and we wanted to talk about the phase two of the feasibility study for the new animal care facility for the city of Kyle. We're going to start with site evaluation, which was the first portion of this phase. We looked at 6 different proposed sites across the city of Kyle, and we were looking at them with several listed parameters to consider their appropriateness for a new facility. And one of the major considerations we were looking at was whether or not it was in a flood zone or how much of the site was in a flood zone. The stakeholders, as well as community input period, had told us that connection to walking trails, access to nature was essential for this new facility. People thought that was very important, so we were looking at that. The initial needs assessment told us that a 4 to 6 acre site was going to be important to fit all of the needs for the facility. Also, we determined during the needs assessment that visibility and accessibility were going to be essential so that services were available to the community members who needed them. And then finally, when we were looking at these sites, we were also questioning making sure that we weren't going to be competing with any other planned programs for those sites. So as we evaluated the sites for those parameters, we came to the site 2 as being a site that most closely aligned with all of those parameters. We also found that during our public input period, most people were leaning towards this site as well, so we found some compatibility with that. The site itself is quite large, so we're not looking at the whole of it. It would be a portion of it. It has excellent visibility and access. This is visibility that would be available from BB as well as from Daisy Lane. We don't have the issues with the floodplain in that site. The city already owns the site, so that's a good cost consideration. And also it addressed the desire to connect to amenities and nature by the Vibe Trail on that location. So we proceeded to lay out a site plan that fit onto this site. And this is a 7.3 acre portion of the site that adjoins to Daisy Lane and Sunflower Circle. This is as I said, a proposed site for this, that the building area itself is approximately 25,000 square feet, and that's conditioned area. And then what we were looking at here was how we could really maximize visibility along Daisy Lane, allowing people to really see the facility, understand what they were coming to, make it a very public face, and then utilize Sunflower Circle to pull traffic off of Daisy Lane and have the entrances off of Sunflower Circle so that we weren't creating additional congestion along Daisy Lane if there were larger adoption events or vaccination events, for example. Something else that we were looking at on the site plan is separating the public access from the staff access so that we have a very visible public front, but also have a staff access point that can be secured and allows a lot of back of house functions to occur without being part of that public access. This is a zoom into the actual building plan. We have taken into account a lot of stakeholder input that we've been receiving throughout the needs assessment process, as well as the public input that we got during that process. And I'll walk through a little bit more detail in certain components of the building, but just in a general overview, At the scale that we're looking at here, we are accounting for approximately 41 dogs. That does not account for quarantine or medical isolation, and 36 cats. Let's see. And this number has shifted as well throughout our needs assessment. We've acquired some additional information from both the City of Kyle, San Marcos Regional, that allowed us to modify these numbers to ensure that we're going to be able to meet both current needs, programming goals, as well as future growth. And so that's what this is representing currently. I'm going to zoom into the kind of public entry point. Another point that we have taken into consideration with stakeholder feedback and community input is the separation of both the adoption lobby and the intake lobby. The adoption lobby provides us an opportunity to have a joyful, very warm experience where the public can come and do something that's very exciting and celebratory, and then the intake lobby can sometimes have harder conversations for public surrender, et cetera, and so we can have a calmer, more soothing environment in that and just pull those functions apart. So one of the things we looked at in the layout was separating those two functions. As was mentioned before, we are also very focused on providing a multi-purpose community space that provides a lot of flexibility for programming goals for the City of Kyle. This can be public function, educational, outreach, as well as collaborations with partners to bring in additional services for the community. And as you see in yellow over here, that is our proposed space for the veterinary clinic, which is another, this was the most talked about thing in our community input and has been an essential part of our needs assessment process, is providing effective veterinary care for the animals in the care of the City of Kyle. This allows us also to look at future development for being able to treat and care for more difficult cases as the city grows and moves forward. And then finally, I just wanted to look at a zoomed-in snapshot for an adoption area. What we're looking at here is an adoption corridor that runs alongside two different adoption rooms housing five dogs apiece. It gives a lot of visibility and separation for people to move through the space without creating additional reactivity and stress for the dogs. These are very sizable habitats that can accommodate larger breeds of dogs. All of these spaces were designed with the best practices and highest standards of animal welfare in mind. They're adjacent to play yards. They have access to daylight, to fresh air. And so there's a lot of consideration put into the actual animal habitat spaces. And so in looking at all of these things, I just wanted to reiterate, these are all elements that we have found as important to stakeholders and community members throughout this needs assessment process. And in this second phase of what we've been looking at recently, we're looking at operational and financial feasibility, and that's been taking into account, again, all of this stakeholder and community input as well. So in looking at operational costs, I wanted to start just briefly with the revenue. We're looking at approximate $127,000 annual operational revenue, and as well as a one-time fundraising capacity for the building, including naming rights in various locations of the facility that could be $600,000 to $1 million for that one-time cost. And then we evaluated annual expenses, including staffing, equipment, and all of the things listed up here, and also recovered the costs for the San Marcos agreement, and you can see an annual expense estimate at this point of $1.67 million. And then finally, I wanted to look at construction cost estimates. Just looking at, again, this is based off of the findings from the needs assessment that we have determined so far, what the needs and wants and desires are for the City of Kyle to produce a facility that can address the current needs as well as population growth, programmatic desires that we hear from the community. There's a lot that's packed into this, and we've provided right now some ranges based off of the conceptual design that look at variability for site work, which would be solidified during a actual design phase and so geotechnical reports, et cetera. We're looking at building construction costs ranging from $400 to $500 a square foot. And we are also looking at approximate soft costs of about 30 to 35%, which would also include a lot of the veterinary equipment, animal housing equipment. So it is all inclusive of what would be required for this facility. And again, this is based off of this is based off of growth for the community. It's based off of the desire to provide a high level of care for the animals and be able to address the population growth. And so we had one more in there. Yeah, so that's all I have here.
And just as a final next step slide here, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a timeline. We're looking at the first two phases that we've walked through are the largest, most intensive phases. The next one for regulatory and conceptual designs, we'll be coming back with a full report, finishing up the feasibility study in June or August to council. And then August through September, we'll be looking, in August and September, And then September, October, we'll be looking to move toward getting together a final design contract and bringing it to council. We're looking at full design being complete sometime in 2026 and full construction in 2027. There have been a lot of conversations about partnerships, both municipal and with the county, and all of those will be negotiated and built together as we go into design. That way that we don't get behind with any of our partnerships. We want to make sure that whoever we're partnering with and however we're partnering, it's fully right-sized as we go into build. That's all we have, and if you guys have any questions for us.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Elizondo or the presenter?
I just want to say thank you all to all of y'all that put the work into this. We were in a crunch when we were told that we were going to be having to find a new home for our adoption center when San Marcos decided to go a different route. So what I want to say is thank you to the staff for taking this seriously. We're going to build this in real time. It's going to happen, and that's what the city of Kyle does. When we see that we have a need and we have to address it, I'm glad that we have a council that sees that, but a staff, an amazing staff that can get that done. I appreciate all y'all's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thank you to Jesse, Brianna. I'm the presenter. I forgot your name. I'm watching your video. So I do appreciate all the thoughtfulness in the facility use, best use, the relocation of the lobby to the front end and the back end to allow those access points. I think those are going to be critical and important to facilitate a really strong adoption center because, as our council member has said, this is something that our community needs, our city needs as we grow, and it's a responsibility that we have to make sure that we're doing best by the welfare of our animals who need adoption. Sometimes, animals just either get abandoned or they lose their owner or whatever their circumstances are. And so we have to be able to have a facility where people have a chance to go and adopt, animals that may still be adoptable if they're not injured or sick. I know we're touching on a good practice adoption center, and we have certain capacity. So what analysis, I guess, have we done on length of stay, I guess, is a question that I get from many community residents. If a dog goes into the adoption center that we're proposing, and let's just say does not get adopted, what would be the timeline for an animal in an adoption center that unfortunately does not get adopted?
Well, I hear maybe two different questions here. And the first one that I want to address is the length of stay. And so our capacity calculations are based on an average length of stay of 14 days. That's going to vary dramatically for highly easily adoptable dogs, puppies, et cetera. And then some of the dogs are going to have a longer length of stay, but the goal for the average is 14 days. We also recognize there's animals that are sick and injured that will require additional care. And the goal for the facility is to develop the programs and the staff and the operational capacity to be able to work with a number of those animals to get them to an adoptable phase. And additionally, there's elements like quarantine where we have court cases and other prolonged periods of time that we would anticipate having
some longer length of stay. I think there's a lot of focus on increasing live outcomes and ensuring that every adoptable animal is finding a home. There are alternatives with partnerships as well as strategies and programming to reduce length of stay, to increase visibility, increased adoptability, and we're looking at all of those as we move forward. But the average length of stay that we're looking at is a 14-day length of stay.
I also want to say thank you. I think the location it makes sense from the practicality, functional, having the infrastructure there, having the connectivity of our city, and it really addresses where a lot of the areas are where many animals are lost or abandoned. So I commend your team, staff for looking at, areas that were not in the flood zone with property already owned by the city. I think that the location, the area is going to be golden standard for this adoption center. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Mayor, I got one real quick.
Yes, Tobias.
Okay, if we could go back to the slide where it shows the intake Sally Port fleet and up on top where it says the barn.
Oh, yes. Site plan.
Okay,
Yes.
the very top there, that's that street right there. Where that barn is being proposed, you've got 6 residential homes that are right in front.
You mean on the opposite side?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the consideration for the adjacent property is definitely going to be important. And if we need to relocate in order to move that further from residential, for sure, that's something that we can
Yes,
look
because
at.
there is a resident there that I
They
helped
wouldn't
with
like the barn.
yes, they're building a brand new house
Okay.
right there
Okay.
on that street. So it is kind of a private drive, but they are 6 residential houses that have been there for many, many years, and it's right there on the side.
Heard, and I would also say that this is a preliminary conceptual design. So
Okay.
all of these elements could be moved for those types of reasons and others.
So obviously, the barn would mean that we would have to intake horses, cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, things like that, right? Okay.
That's what that is. That's what I was going to ask you.
Well,
Is that what that is?
No, usually what we do is contract with local ranchers, and if for anything large animal, horses, cattle, stuff like that, we'll have partnerships in the area. We're going to build partnerships in
For
everything we're doing.
extended pay, but like they need to pick an animal up right then and there,
Yeah.
that's where it's going to
Well,
go.
they'll have contracts with local farmers and ranchers where they can take it straight there if they needed to take it. They don't have to shelter it. So now if there's something that's in distress, it'll probably go there because you don't want to take a sick animal and apply them with other animals, right? So it's important whether it comes cattle, livestock, things like that. But the partnerships are going to be, it's going to be whatever program we put into this is going to have, we're going to have to bring in partnerships so we can get a lot of the programming, get the animals out, house. We'll look at, volunteer services. There's going to be a lot of options on this that we can look at to make sure that it runs great. But really, it's going to be programming. Programming is a big part of this building to make sure that we're not over capacity in it, right? So it's going to be a lot of partnerships.
I understand that, but when they have to take an animal right then and there, we don't have a lot of ranchers and farmers out there as much. I mean, they're out in the country, correct?
And that's where they would take it.
And so, but as far as the intake, that'd be a good question. That's what I'm gonna be asking, because it says. Yeah,
I can
yeah.
solve your problem really quickly.
Good.
The
Thank
state statute and city ordinance requires that Hayes County Sheriff's Department take the responsibility when it comes to livestock. It's
Mhm.
more so
Stray officers
like
take them.
temporary. Yeah, they don't have a stray officers, but they have a contract with a person who comes out.
Okay.
We meet him on a fairly regular basis with some of our
Okay.
cases, so they take immediate custody of them if we can't find owners.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Problem solved.
Any other
No harm.
comments?
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't take comments from the gallery. I did want to say that I noticed that the commissioners Cohen and Inglesby are here, and I know that the problem with the animal issue is not just a City of Kyle problem. It's a regional problem. It affects Buda, it affects Wimberley, and everyone, including San Marcos, in fact, although I think they're going to be able to transition this probably a little easier than the rest of us. But just with that said, I know that there have been ongoing discussions with the possibility of partnering on a larger animal shelter. And I just want to say that, I think that the City of Kyle is always open to opportunities to create efficiencies of scale and solve multiple problems. And so thank you all for coming. I know you two are the court's trying to work through this as well. And so I think the City of Kyle stands ready to work through any problems that we can solve together. So, all right, any other comments? All right, thank you very much. All right, we're gonna go, I'm gonna jump the consent and go to the meet and confer. And then my recommendation would be to take a short break, and then we'll get back to the items at hand. Does that sound good?
Is there something people want to pull out of consent? Is there anything maybe?
We've got a couple.
You got a couple, okay.
Yeah. All right, next up, we're going to bring up agenda item 16. Consider approval of the 2025 to 2028 meet and confer agreement between the City of Kyle and Kyle Law Enforcement Association. Ms. Beggs.
Hanging in the back. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Julie Beggs. I serve as the Assistant Director of Administrative Services for the city, leading the human resources efforts. I'm pleased to be here tonight with my friends way in the back to share with you some news regarding our negotiations on meet and confer between the city and the Kyle KLEA. Just a little bit of history before we begin. KPD officers are covered under Texas Local Municipal Government Code, 143, and as that, it allows cities to enter into meet and confer agreements with associations. In 2008, our citizens gave the authority to the city to recognize an employee association, and the employee association chosen by the city's police officers is the Kyle Law Enforcement Association. We have a current agreement with them that ends at the end of September of this year. Agreements usually are lasting about 3 years. We go through a meet and confer process so that we can have a contract with our law enforcement. And those usually typically address things like negotiations, recruitment, hiring, compensation, discipline, and appeals. Before I go any further, I do want to recognize the team. This work has been going on for longer than 4 months, led by, on the city side, Jesse Elizondo, Dr. Chief Barnett, Cynthia Gonzalez, and myself. And from the Kyle Law Enforcement Association, we've worked with Sergeant Mark Spencer, who is the president. If you would raise your hand, please. Keith Congdon, Jason Dibble, and Dago Pates. And then we've had special leadership and thanks from our city manager, Mr. Brian Langley, our city attorney, Ms. Amy Alcorn-Reed, and our director of civil service, Ms. Rosie Trulove. We began again in January when KLEA initiated their desire to start negotiations with the city. We started about 2 weeks later with meetings and have continued those through May when KLEA took their final vote on the proposed contract that's before you today. We're very proud to say that 90% favor rating is what we received from the KLEA. So all parties involved are very pleased with what we're bringing to you tonight as the proposed contract. I'd like to go over a few of the highlights and then answer any questions you may have. Our proposed agreement that you have before you is a 3-year agreement. It is effective October 1 of this calendar year and runs through September 30th. We did allow for a 1-year clause that if we could extend the agreement out to September 30th, 2029 if needed. And we have key priorities to include that we're going to discuss a little bit in more detail with you tonight. The first is competitive compensation, testing and promotion, recruitment and augmenting staff, sick, vacation, and holiday accruals, and discipline. So the first item that came to the table right away was our competitive compensation. This time last year, we did take a look and we found out that our KPD officers were not paid in the premium levels of the benchmark cities around us. Those are the 10 cities in our region that we compare to on a lot of different practices and operational needs. We have agreed to make market adjustments annually so that we're continuing to watch that pay and make sure that they are competitive. We have also agreed to make market adjustments effective of the new fiscal year, which will be included in the budget to bring them to the top 3 position of our area for all ranks of our officers. And additionally, not only looking at compensation to make sure that we are competitive, there is a guarantee of 2% increase in pay across the board for the officers in this contract. We also had to address the field training officer compensation. Right now, we've got a handful of officers about ready to go through the field training process, but we're seeing fewer field training officers volunteering for those roles. It's not become as desirable. It's a lot of work, and it is additional work that these officers take on. So we're recommending and agreeing to increasing the hourly rate that those officers get to a $60 shift when they do complete an FTO shift with officers. There's also in the current contract a provision that any officer who wants to take time off has to do that with a 2-week notice prior to taking those days off. If not, that time is not recorded as productive time on their pay sheet, and that affects their overall compensation. This creates a lot of hardships, not only for the officers to remember that and submit that and get the approvals from supervisors who may be busy on other cases, but it also creates some administrative burden on the payroll team. So we've both agreed to remove that 2-week clause out of the current contract before you. And since adopting the current contract, we've added a midday shift. That was not reflected in the current contract that we're under. We wanted to address that in the new contract. So you see that in the proposal that there is a mid-shift differential, which begins at 2 p.m. The budget compensation that I spoke of will be up just over $1 million. That shows you right now the market adjustments that are required for each rank: officer, corporal, sergeant, and commander. And those vary from 8.5% to 20%, depending on rank and depending on the benchmark city that we looked against. That is fully in, and you will see that again in the proposed budget moving forward for 2026. The other item that came up was testing and promotions. Both sides had significant comments about our testing materials and really argued the point that we should see more material related to leadership and management. As these officers promote, they need that additional information on how to lead officers, and so we both agreed that we wanted to take a review of what we see, and if we want to make changes, that we'll come together with our civil service director, our police chief, and KLEA to agree on those testing materials. We also have agreed to allow those who have a TCOL basic or higher to bypass the written exam. They've already demonstrated competency there, and so we agreed to allow them to bypass that exam again when they apply for a position, but the fitness requirements will remain in place. And although we do allow this practice now, we are silent in the current contract about when an officer can retake a test if they don't pass it. So we've added language that clearly says that if they do not pass, they may take it at the next scheduled promotion cycle, which again, our civil service director initiates through the commission as well. And another final piece that, again, we have learned through testing over the years in this current contract. Currently, we have assessors come and assist us when we're doing promotional testing. So corporals and sergeants, commanders, we ask area colleagues that have cities like ours to come in and demonstrate their professionalism and their experience at their rank when we're assessing our officers. However, we do not allow counties to participate. So language is now included that if we can accept assessors that are coming from cities with at least 25,000 or counties with a population of 100,000. This will open up our opportunities to do our testing, to allow other officers to participate, because right now we're not allowed to do counties. We also have agreed to follow the following promotional points. So after you take the written exam, you're assessed with a score on that exam, and additional scores may be allowed for the following: civilian education, that includes an associate's all the way to a PhD, and you can see the picture, the points associated with that. Military experience, so depending on the amount of months that you served in the military, may also add points up to a maximum of 3. And then years of service with the city of Kyle, so 1 point per year with a maximum of 10 years, would all be added to your written score after you pass the written exam, excuse me. We agreed to remove all former language about weapon qualifications, KPD fitness policy, and TCOL training hours. And we also agreed that the police chief shall now request the names of all the candidates with a passing score to the civil service director. Right now, he's limited to do that only 3 persons at a time, and it just creates back and forth when he should be able to see the entire list. We also talked a lot about recruitment and augmenting staff. So we want to agree to and have agreed with the negotiating negotiating team to revise the language on lateral entry programs. Right now, that's limited to 180 days. So if an officer leaves their agency, retires, moves, they have 180 days before they can come in as a lateral entry. That, in our opinion, needs to be expanded to 365 because sometimes those decisions take longer than 180 days to make. So we've agreed to that language. And we've also agreed that the police chief may appoint part-time police officers for limited use. These officers would not serve more than 1,000 hours per year, and they would not have protection of civil service employment. They would have to take a physical fitness. We envision these might be officers we would use to help us with parades or ceremonies around town that would not take our patrol officers off the streets. Sick, vacation, and holiday accrual and usage. We've agreed to adding the words "a minimum" to reflect that all sworn receive a minimum of 120 hours of sick leave per year. We wanted to solidify that in that contract because right now it's kind of vague. It doesn't say a minimum. And we also learned through this process that our officers, whether you're year 1 or year 25, you are accruing vacation at the same rate. So there's no increase to your accrual rate based on your tenure. We've lined this up to be more consistent with the accrual rate of the City of Kyle employees. So the first 9 years, they will continue to get that 120, and then they will see a jump for their tenure and service to the City of Kyle for 160 hours per year, and then over 16 up to 200 hours per year. The other item we learned during this process is that our police officers are capped. So they are currently capped at 400 hours accrual of vacation and holiday hours. We have agreed to increase that by 50%, to raise that to 600 hours so they don't lose the benefit afforded to them, and then increase the vacation bank to 600 hours of accrual as well. So again, they don't lose hours because they can't add to an accrual bank. Finally, we want to talk about the meet and confer as related to discipline, and I'm happy to pass the mic to Chief if you want to, since this impacts you most directly.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. I'd like to state on the onset that this has been a remarkable process to work with both sides of the meet and confer agreement. You've had city staff and you've had police officers that have represented the city with the best of intentions. We want to recruit and hire and retain good, well-qualified police officers to continue to serve, and both sides have shown that throughout the process. The items that I'm going to speak to about very briefly talk about the ability for the Chief of Police to continue and extend investigations for things that are of importance longer than the typical 180 days. Civil service law allows 180 days for a police chief to take official action against an employee for a violation of an alleged policy violation or criminal act in most cases, unless we get that extended. And our meet and confer is going to be updated that allows the chief some additional time, which both the officers and obviously the Office of the Chief support to investigate matters that are important to us to maintain a good working relationship, not only with the staff, but with the community as well. If there are criminal allegations, we're going to extend that up to 1 full year, 365 days. We've given the chief throughout the extensions the ability to pause investigations. If an employee becomes unavailable to participate in an internal affairs investigation or review of their actions, perhaps they're on medical leave, they're on active military assignment, or they're out on leave for workers' compensation due to injury, we can pause investigations. That way the timeline does not expire and they're not unable to participate, so that the chief can get a full understanding of the allegations, the investigation, the determinations, and then take that action and do so within our new meet and confer agreement. Additionally, the police chief shall abide by the new time limits that we set in 801. That's really the exemptions that I just told you. And then we agreed to clear up a particular section that's already referenced in policy and our civil service laws and our civil service rules here specifically to Kyle. So we deleted a particular paragraph. Nothing in here, let me say it differently. Everything in here only enhances the chief of police's ability to investigate and conclude an investigation with new extended timelines. And I appreciate the officers giving that to the chief of police because they also want to work with well-qualified officers who deserve to work here in the city of Kyle.
Thank you. So we have anticipated next steps. The contract is before you tonight for your consideration. The current contract does expire at the end of September of this year, and this new contract will be effective October 1 of this year. Before you have the option to approve the contract as recommended, as put before you. You could not approve the contract. Staff does recommend to approve the contract. If you've got any questions of me, we've got representation from the city manager's office, from KPD, from KLEA. So if there's anything we've not cleared up, we certainly would like to do that for you now.
All right. Mr. Spencer, you have anything you want to add to this?
Mark Spencer, President of Kyle Law Enforcement Association. They pretty much said everything. It's been a pleasure to work with the city. It's been a very collaborative effort on both sides, and we feel very strong that this is going to move our department in the right direction. So,
all right, thank you. Comments, Councilor Rizzo?
Yeah, Chief, I do have a couple of questions, just some clarification. Just had a couple of questions. Doing away with the 2-week clause, how many days do the officers actually have to give to take some vacation? I'm just worried about having incomplete shifts.
So the officers can request a day off, even up to the day of or the day before. The matter that's before you in the meeting confer addresses their compensation and how that time is qualified and counted for work effort. So there's currently a very stringent process for them to request that time off and then get credit for work served.
Okay.
This is just clearing that up. They can still ask for time off, and if there is sufficient staffing and we can allow it,
That's
we'll
what
allow
I
it
was
the day
worried, the
before, same
staffing.
day.
What if 2 officers decide to take off at the same time, and I didn't know what that process was going to look like, and then having shifts that are not, manned would be kind of scary.
Yes or no, this isn't, doesn't really address that. That's already
Okay,
covered, and
so
we allow
this-
them off.
This just allows them to take off when they need to take off. And I like this because, sometimes emergencies happen at home. You don't know what's going on, and, sometimes we forget that there's a person in that uniform. So making sure they can take off and take care of responsibilities that they need is important, so.
Absolutely, and this just is really about how we track that time off request and how that time is counted when they're actually at work, and it's to their benefit, yes.
Yeah, okay, and then the other one was, what's it? Oh, the county one. So we're talking about allowing county officers to come and apply. Do the criteria for the hours of college still apply to them, or are we looking at time that they've been on the job?
So that particular item isn't something that we have to compare, but I would say that regardless of what agency they're coming from, whether it's another agency, and you're talking about for employment?
Yeah, for
Or you're talking about for
employment.
assessor? Okay.
For employment.
From an employment standpoint, regardless of what agency they come from, all the standards would be the same, and the education would not be one that we would have to consider. But we would look at their years of service, their placement in the organization. Did they have law enforcement duties as part of their role? And we would just treat them consistent with agencies across the state.
Okay, and then the last one's the part-time. You're talking about bringing in, are these going to be sworn officers from other agencies? And is there any vetting going on with that?
So they would undergo the exact same background process, and every standard that we would hold true for our other officers is what we would want to do for them as well. They would be certified police officers. They would have arrest authority and power. We envision using them just as Ms. Beggs described, perhaps for our parades, our larger events, the special events that we have throughout the community. Certainly they could augment background investigations. They could augment our detective division. But right now we're just looking at as an added force. They're not covered under the civil service, so they're not necessarily part of the agreement and the coverages that you've provided. It's just an agreement between the association and the city that those would be allowed, and an understanding that they're not civil service protected.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that everything went well. Thank y'all for y'all's work and working with the city. All the staff that was a part of it as well. Looks like y'all really did y'all's homework and worked great together. So thank you for all y'all's time, and thank y'all for listening to each other. It's great when you can bring something like this forward and everybody agrees on it. That means it's a great contract. So thank y'all.
Councilmember Tobias.
All right. You knew I was going to say something. Again, thank you, Kyle Police, for, again, all you do. And I remember dealing with this kind of process many, many years ago. But I want people to understand when you're looking at the increases that we're looking at proposing for the officers here, and this is also for the general public to understand. I know a lot of times you hear the rhetoric that all the police want is just more money, and so forth on that end. But you have to look at it in 3 different ways. You have to look at it, you're making an investment in your community. Okay. The safer your community that you have begins again with your law enforcement. So when you have a safe community, you're going to have families that are going to come here. They want to shop here. They want to live here. They're going to want to send their kids to school here. So we're making that investment in our police department with that. Second of all, you're making an investment with your department itself, with Chief Barnett and also Chief Hernandez, bringing in good, top quality officers that are educated, that are well-trained, that have degrees and that have specific trainings in different fields. So you're making an investment in your department itself. And lastly, most important, the officers themselves, they are making an investment for themselves. Just like anything else, anything can happen. God forbid one of our officers don't come home one night. They have made an investment in their family, in their finances, to be able to make sure that their family is taken care of financially, and they're taken care of for the long run for their family, their wives, their husbands, and their children. So from an officer's point of view, you have to look at it in those different eyes. So when we're looking at these increases, I know that sometimes you'll hear some of the public say, oh, again, they're giving these officers a raise. I look at it a lot different in that end. You're making an investment in those three aspects there. Most importantly for the officers, so that way they could be able to have peace of mind knowing that if anything ever happened, the finances that they have invested, including, and I'm glad to see that your vacation hours have increased, because it's very, very important that you guys get your mental health days. And I'm glad that you'll be able to take those voted through to where you can be able to utilize those sick days and also those vacation days, because it's going to bring you back as a better officer when you're refreshed mentally and physically on that end. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I only have really just one thing to say. When you think about where we started, 9 years ago, the evolution of the police department in the city of Kyle, there's been a consistent effort, and obviously beyond 9 years, but to try to elevate the status of our police department. And I think we've just had this mentality that the council as a whole has had a mentality that if we want to have a safe city, we need to have great officers. And if we want to have great officers, those officers need to have great facilities, great pay, and a great culture with great rules and meet and confer that protect them as well as that culture. And so it's a steady grind. I know the meet and confer agreements used to be like root canals. They were extremely difficult, but it feels to me like a lot of our vision, the city's vision, the admin side as well as PD side are starting to align behind this idea of we want to be in the top facilities, top pay, top culture, best leadership, and best officers on the ground. And it's been really great to see how over the years that's really transpired. The police department that I see in front of me now, although the ones from 10 years ago, a lot of the same officers are still here, and I'm sure they would agree that the culture has continued to improve, the professionalism has improved, the pay has improved. I think probably years back, the city wanted to be able to get to that higher level. It was never a matter of desire. It was really more of a matter of ability. And one of the things that the growth in the city has produced as economic revitalization of it and growth in the community, it's allowed for us to make these really important investments. And so my hope is over the years that we continue to have the mentality of people want, if you're an officer, those lateral transfers, they matter because people want to come here. Mm-hmm. And we want to open up those doors as we expand the department. And so it seems to me that we're on our way to accomplishing that, and I'm really proud. So I'm proud to vote for this one as well. With that, I would motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a 9-minute break and reconvene at precisely 9:25. Thank you. All right, we're going to get going. The time is 9:27. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next up, we're going to do the consent agenda. Councilmember Harris has requested to pull items 11 and 13. Does anybody else have any items they wish to remove?
I was going to pull 8 and 9.
All right. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 10, 14, and 15.
And 12.
And 12, sorry, yeah.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember McKinney that we approve agenda items 10, 12, 14, and 15. Is there a discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item 8, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to accept and execute a permanent wastewater line easement and temporary construction and staging easement for the Plum Creek HOA for the Plum Creek Golf Course Sewer Line Project containing a .045 acre permanent wastewater line easement and temporary construction and staging easement. This item has Mr. Trimble as a presenter. Mr. McKinney, you have the floor.
I don't necessarily need the full presentation. My question for 8 and 9 is basically just to clarify who's responsible for maintaining the property after acquisition.
Yeah, so this is a dedication of the easements, both the temporary easement and the permanent easement for the sewer line, the wastewater line. My understanding is that it'll be ours, the line will be ours to maintain. They're dedicating the easements for us to do that.
Okay, but we don't have to maintain the property above the water line, I know there's always, for a lot of these areas over the years that I've been here, there's been some argument whether it's HOA's responsibility, whether it's the golf course's responsibility, whether it's the city's responsibility. I was trying to get clarification.
Let me verify that. Lou, I don't know if you have, my assistant director might have some information on that. I believe it's not our responsibility. It's just really just having access for the easement for the sewer line. Okay, Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. So the easements are going to be outside of the actual golf course proper, like the fairways and the rough. So we will, when the golf course maintains or has to mow over the rough area that we all have visited more than others.
Yeah, I'll still have the ball there.
They'll just take care of that too. But under construction and after construction, we're going to reseed everything back to its normal, and then we'll let the golf course maintain it after that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I had.
We'll also then bring up agenda item 9, consider approval of a resolution to accept and execute a utility easement and a temporary construction easement for the Plum Creek Golf Course LTD for the Plum Creek Golf Course Sewer Line Project containing 2.216 acre utility easements and a temporary construction easement.
I move to approve 8 and 9.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Councilman McKinney, seconded by Councilman Rizzo that we approve agenda items 8 and 9. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 11, consider approval of a resolution adopting a 2025 Sidewalk Master Plan. This item is presented by Mr. Trimble. Councilmember Harris, you pulled it, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I have some question about the cost on the Sidewalk Master Plan. It indicated a per mile cost of, I think, $1 million per mile.
Per mile, that's correct.
The staff has suggested $800,000 a year into the budget per year. That won't even do 1 mile of sidewalk. So are there other funding sources that we're looking at?
So, yeah, so with the funding, let me explain a little bit on how that works. And so basically their cost estimates just based on how much it costs to get sidewalk work done. If you're looking at any drainage that's associated with that, any other work, utility work that is associated, they're estimating that on average it's about $1 million a mile. But that being said, with the different segments that we have, some of those are varying in sizes and cost. And so what we're going to do is translate those projects, those priority projects that are in your list, and I have those up here noted. Those parties, we're going to translate those to projects, and we're going to get actual cost estimates. So what we're saying is we think just based on how much, what the priority segments are, and translating those to costs is that about $500,000 a year will allow us to start working on those priority segments going forward. And then we'll see where there are opportunities to get other work done. Some of these segments have already been done. as some of our work, and I think we talked about that in our presentation. But we think about $500,000 a year will allow us to start getting on our way to get some of these priority segments done.
So it will start us to get us on the way. That's pretty vague.
It's going to take, yeah, I mean, we're not going to get all done in 1 year. It's
Well,
going
of
to take us, it's a multi-year program. This is just the ongoing funding that we think will be good to get, some of the smaller priority segments done, and then maybe a couple of the larger segments done per year.
And how many miles did we estimate that we need to do?
That's a good question. I'm not sure it's in here, the total mileage, but I know we have the priority projects that are located here. I can get you that information, though, for the total miles. I don't know if we had that in here, so. I'll find that information for you, though.
Okay, that was a question. So I move approval of item 11.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 11. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 13, consider approval of a resolution granting consent to annexation of approximately 22.296 acres of land into the East Hays County Municipal Utility District Number 2, the MUD, and authorizing a special partnership agreement with the MUD, each as contemplated by the city's consent and development agreement related to the creation of the MUD. This is Ms. Alcorn Reed's item. Councilmember Harris, you have the floor.
Is this similar to our agreement with Six Creeks?
I don't think so. This is a MUD. So we agreed at the time that we did our consent and development agreement in, it's like 2022, that they would be annexing this additional property in. And so we're now consenting to them doing so.
It's contiguous to the city?
It's kind of out in the ETJ. I'm not sure exactly. This is Prairie Lakes is the development. So I'm not sure exactly where that is. Melissa says it's northeast, it's in the ETJ.
It's in the ETJ, but is it contiguous to the city, to our ability to annex?
Not immediately, no.
Okay.
No, so the annexation term is a little bit misleading. This is annexing it into being a part of the MUD.
Of the MUD?
The MUD district.
Not to the city, because it said that we have the option to annex it. I assumed that that was into the city.
Future annexation.
It would be for the future.
So maybe sometime long into the future that we may want to look at annexing this property. But if it's part of the MUD, there's significant debt associated to the MUD that we may not want to take on.
So the consent and development agreement does not allow us to annex the property until the debt from the MUD's creation
Which would
has
be
been paid
probably
off.
30 years.
Which would be probably 30 years, yes.
Unless they phase it, which it would make it longer.
Right.
And it specifically says that it does not need to meet zoning requirements. So they can do anything out there?
We have a development agreement with them, so it's got some requirements in there.
So we really don't know what's going to go up.
No, we do. I think Melissa probably knows off the top of her head better than I do.
Yeah, it is primarily a residential subdivision. It's currently going through the planning process and development. So the development agreement does have a substantial kind of land use and lot sizes and different restrictions associated with it. But technically, it doesn't have zoning to it because it's in the ETJ.
So we do have some
Absolutely.
say about what goes there. And
Absolutely.
the quality of the housing. And
Yes, they are pulling building permits as well, even in accordance with the development agreement
Okay.
for homes in this subdivision.
Okay. And are we legally bound to approve this?
We did enter into agreement in April of '22.
So we're legally bound to continue this agreement?
If we did not agree to this, we would technically be in violation of the consent and development agreement.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
I'm trying to remember the conversation that we had back in 2022 about this. I don't think that we did it willingly. I think that there were some
Well,
circumstances.
the reason why is that they were planned on going around us to the legislature and create the MUD. The legislature had already met and said that they could, that anytime a project like this came forward, and we saw that play out in Buda as well, just last year, that they can now circumvent the cities and go to the state still get approved. So that's kind of why we were forced into it.
They were kind of feel like they were grandfathered in on some of that.
That was some of it too, but a lot of it's losing control. You know, every time our state legislature meets, it seems like cities get less and less control.
Yep.
And this is part of that consequence from that.
Thanks for the explanation on that. I really appreciate it because I am concerned about the quality of the development in the HEJ. I am concerned about us being required to provide utilities or any other services. Of course, they've got the mud, so we're not providing utilities, right? And, you know, I had a feeling that this was not something that we went into.
I don't really like muds at all. You know, I mean, I've always advocated against muds, but, you know, as you know, I stated, we're just losing more and more control.
Well, I will say that I think that as a general rule, the city of Kyle's probably resisted more muds than, you know, some of these other subdivisions in the nearby area. A lot of the a lot of muds have been approved in nearby towns, and so I don't remember the details of why we agreed to it. I think it had to do with the ledge. I think it had to do with something else. I'd be curious to go back and look at it because I know that it wasn't something that we wanted to do at the end of the day. So
I think is evidenced by the fact that we have a development agreement here. When we did agree to MUDs, we would agree to them with some sort of development agreement to give us some confidence in what would be built.
I don't think I've ever openly consented or agreed to the formation of a MUD or the expansion of a MUD, but here it is. So anyway, all right, motion to approve.
Second,
All right,
unwillingly.
Motion by the mayor, second by Councilor Rizzo that we approve agenda item 13. Is there further discussion on that motion?
Thank you for not making me make the motion.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Trust me, it hurt.
All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item 24, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with Environmental Design, Inc. for the relocation of the live oak tree on Old Stagecoach Road, including a pre-treatment tree relocation and aftercare in the amount of $848,000 with a contingency of 10%, for a total contract amount of $932,800. Ms. Truelove.
Oh, sorry.
No, we go first.
I'm glad he's so eager. Yes.
We'll make it work. So just as some background, the city is currently working on improvements to Old Stagecoach Road as part of the approved road bond. We have a 51-inch diameter live oak, just 6 inches from the edge of the pavement. And due to the tree's proximity to the road and the need to improve the road, the tree needs to be removed or relocated. February of this year, council voted 6-1 to relocate the live oak on Old Stagecoach Road and develop a pocket park for long-term conservation and ecological benefits. We did put the project out for bid on March 17th. We received one bid from Environmental Design, Inc., and we have negotiated and finalized the scope with EDI for the tree location, and Transportation and Public Works Director Mike Trimble is going to go through that scope for you.
Yeah, so the scope includes a pretreatment preparation, the entire relocation process for the tree. So it's about a 90-day pretreatment process to prep the tree, just to be ready to move. And then there, of course, there's a whole relocation part of that. And then along with that will be any excavation, rock excavation that, any rock sawing that needs to happen to actually extract the tree carefully and then relocate it. And then, of course, there's an aftercare component to that. And so there is a 24-month, basically, warranty period that will occur once we get the tree actually relocated. For the city's part, we will actually handle any of the backfilling. And so we need to basically restore that site with soil and spoils, and then also, for a temporary basis until we get the road bond project done, restore the road itself. And so city will be performing that work. Our public works team will be doing that. And then we'll also be handling traffic control as well. Just to kind of let you know where the tree is and where it's going. This is on Old Stagecoach. It's about a quarter mile up from where the tree is located now. There's a couple of easements that we are working with the Six Creeks developers on dedication of those easements. And then we are also working with the Parks Department and their consultant on design of the parklet, the pocket park. And they are currently developing some concepts right now. We don't have those tonight, but they are working on those and developing those right now. And we've already had one on-site meeting with the developer too at that site to kind of take a look at that and kind of get some better information about what's occurring there and where the tree would actually be relocated, and then what that potential layout could be for the parklet. This is to give you an idea of the detour route. Again, I mentioned there's going to be several weeks where they're actually relocating the tree and going through that process. We're going to need to basically shut down lanes on Old Stagecoach, and so we're looking at a detour route going through Six Creeks. I think that's Cypress Forest, kind of going over to Six Creek Boulevard, but kind of getting around that site where we're doing that work. And so I know we do have the contractor here as well to answer any questions, specific questions about the work. But that's kind of generally what we're looking at. As I mentioned, we have the 90, 100 days of prep work, and then the relocation time, and then that post-aftercare time for the tree as well. So be done very, very carefully over several months. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Rosie, I think, for the actual procurement information.
So we issued an RFP for relocation and support services of the live oak on Old Stagecoach. Published on March 18th, 2025. The response due date was extended to April 22nd, 2025 to ensure that we had offers that were going to be able to come in and be responsive, and we did receive one responsive offer. Additional costs, as Mike discussed, is the road restoration of approximately $130,000, water valve installation by Kyle Water Utility in the amount of $5,000. And then the pocket park development, we're estimating between $300,000 and $600,000. That's a preliminary estimate based on what we know right now. So the options in front of you today are to either approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract with EDI for the relocation of the tree in the amount of $848,000 with a contingency of 10%, or $84,800 for a total contract amount of $932,800. Your options are to approve the resolution or deny the resolution. Staff recommendation is approval, and we do have a representative from EDI here if there are any questions for him or for staff.
Rosie, do you have any ideas or conjectures as to why we received only one bid?
I don't. I wish I had more information. We did extensive outreach. There aren't a lot of companies that do this kind of work. And we did reach out to all of them, but this is the only solicitation response that we did receive.
Did any of them give you any indication as to why? I mean, if it's what they do and it's a huge contract, I would think they would all bid.
We didn't get any. I mean, I'm happy to go back and double down on those efforts to try to get information from them, but we didn't have any information on why they didn't or why they chose not to respond.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because my only concern is that the other companies might not have bid because they were afraid that the tree might die.
Well, I think
Go ahead.
that's always a possibility, but one of them had already evaluated the tree and said that it was a good candidate for moving. I think there are only 3 big tree movers that can do this job in our area, and we are looking for a specific time frame to move the tree. And it's a very big job. It may be that they simply don't have the time available at the time we want to move the tree.
How much did we estimate that it was going to cost?
I think we were originally talking about $650,000, and so it is more than our estimate.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay. When it comes to, this is for the contractor. So the machine or machines that are going to be moving this tree, or how you do it, you've already probably seen the road itself on Stagecoach. What obstacles do you see bringing that large crane in? Will there be any fences or any type of trees that would be in the way, or how would that go about? Because I hear this is something that's going to have to come through downtown Kyle, correct, or is it flown in? I don't know.
Oh, the
I mean, these
crane.
things are huge. I've seen them on the videos.
So one of the methods we use, it's a method we use, it's called arbor lift, and we use airbags to roll the tree. So we won't be using any cranes in this case.
Okay.
The tree will be about over 300 tons, probably somewhere around 650,000 pounds. We create a pipe platform under these trees, a raft, if you will. So we'll be using a directional drilling machine, rock boring machine, rock saws. The root ball will be over 35 feet in diameter, so it's a 51-inch tree. That's over a 1-to-10 ratio of trunk diameter inches to root ball diameter inches. We'll use what's called an SPMT, a self-propelled modular transporter. A couple of them hooked up in double lines. They'll have about 90 tires on each one of them. Maybe you've seen something like this when they move the space shuttle or other large vessels. So we've done this before. I moved one in downtown Austin several years ago and other places.
I was down at
All over,
SpaceX and I
yeah.
got to see them moving a couple of the rockets, so it's pretty
So
intense. It's long,
when,
too.
when this comes through, will there be any other trees that would need to be?
Sorry, I didn't answer your question
Yeah.
fully. The fences for the subdivision will be intact. There should be no damage there, no
Okay.
intrusion there. The road, obviously, where we're at is going to be affected, effectively destroyed. And then there are a couple of trees south of the subject tree that will have to be removed. I think they were probably planned to be removed during the widening of the road anyway, because they're right next to it. And a couple that are north of the tree that maybe have to be selectively pruned so that we can get by those and get the canopy of the transplant tree by them.
Okay. So have you surveyed the area where the tree would be dug into? Because another concern a resident reached out to me was, what happens if they hit you guys, or the contractor, whoever, hits a water line or hits a gas line? What precautionary steps are being taken to make sure that that doesn't happen on that end? Because, I mean, we're right there by a resident's house. So, you're going to be digging way deep in just to get this monster of a tree out. The big fear would be hitting a water line or gas line.
Sure.
On that end.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's a kind of a fear of ours every day in moving trees. So we'll coordinate with your utilities department, obviously. We'll call 811 like we always do. The tree is going to have about a 4.5 foot deep root ball on one side and probably deeper on another side. There's a topography change there. It's right next to the drainway. So the tree will be significantly deeper root ball on one side than the other. So the tree won't have a flat appearance as we put it in. We're probably going to have to raise it up a little bit in its final spot and then grade around it. So we probably wouldn't dig down, more than 2 or 3 feet. But we'll check all that out. I think I asked the question about existing utilities in that area previously on a call that we had after the bid, and I don't think there was any conflict at that point. There may be conflict. I think it's just dry utility or drain that's there close by the tree. That I think the swale that's existing is suitable to move water around, and that we can make any kind of arrangements we need to help out there. But most of the utilities are on the other side of the road from where the tree is, the wet utilities.
I think the difference that this quote is giving us from what we had seen before was that this is using the self-propelled vehicle, and the other one included an extra $150,000, I think, for using the self-propelled vehicle if they needed to. I think that is pretty much the difference.
Additional comments? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I just want to say, tell me you like trees.
I love trees.
Good, that's awesome, because that means you're gonna take care in moving this tree, and that's important. The other thing I want to say is thank you for answering the request to move the tree, appreciate it. I know y'all are busy, if there's only 3 of you on the area, I can only imagine how busy you are. But the other thing is, just keeping in mind that we do everything we can to disrupt as little as we can as the residents' lives there, because I know it's going to be a disruption no matter what, but the best we can do to mitigate that's amazing will be great. The other thing is I'm glad that we got a park coming in here as well. Putting a park in that area will definitely enhance and give us even a more reason to bring this tree into that area and design it for the residents. Brian, I think we got some dollars from Six Creeks for improvements in that area. Could we use that? Because I know we're really strapped on our road bond dollars. Could we use those dollars that Six Creeks gave us when they were developing to pay for this?
That's correct. We did receive about $1.2 million from the Six Creeks development. It can be used for Stagecoach Road improvements. So those are dollars that can be dedicated to tree movement as well as the parklet that we talked about. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilor Harris.
I just want to address a couple of Ms. Gonzalez's questions. She was concerned about the watering of the tree, and I know that the design that we have from our department, our Parks Department, was excellent with circular watering around the perimeter of the tree, not right up against the base, quite a few. Drip irrigation that will be on an automatic timer, if that's correct, David. The design was really, really good. And it's a live oak. It has to be moved in a certain period of time. We can move a live oak between July and January, basically, February maybe. Is that correct?
Well, we move the trees year-round, honestly, and if we have this pre-treatment period, that is at
So you're
least...
treating them for oak wilt?
Actually, it's more of a prep on the tree to pre-shock it, if you will. That's sort of a harsh term, but to get the tree to start to self-regulate based on a more limited root system. So we'll come in a pre-treatment phase and do root pruning. So it's pretty low impact. In this case, we can't do it in the road, but we can do it where there's, impervious cover, obviously. We'll do fertilization, some air spading, polyphosphite drenches, and all these other nerdy arborist tasks that'll bolster the health of the tree before we actually come in, fully excavate the tree, and get it ready for move. So watering, pre-watering, and that sort of thing, I think Mrs. Gonzalez's question earlier, we'll do a lot of that, and all throughout that 90-day period before we actually remobilize to do, the major impact work.
Well, and a live oak doesn't really have a dormant phase during the winter, does it?
Well, they do slow down, but I have found that the larger trees have the ability to kind of self-regulate, and they'll shut off stomata, which are underneath the leaf surface, and stop transpiring when the ambient air temperature reaches a certain point. I mean, these trees are really tough. They've learned how to survive through many different things, through 150, 200 years, so they're resilient as well. And our job is to take enough root mass, to make sure this thing does well.
And your reputation depends on how well the trees live after you're gone. So we know that you will take utmost care. It's a huge tree of historical significance, so it really matters to the community.
Travis, we're going to just ask one more question to the city. If this tree goes through and it gets planted, it's obviously going to need to be taken care of and watered and so forth.
Yep.
What is the timeline that we would have to continuously water this tree, and how many gallons of city water will we need to be able to use to keep this tree alive in the long run? I mean, we're going to have to put an irrigation system in there, correct? We're going to have to drill and bring in a water line. And, we're always talking about water, conserving water, and all this. This is going to be a huge task for this tree to survive with the large amount of water. How much water do you think we would probably need on a daily basis to keep this thing alive?
Yeah, we'll need to provide, irrigation connection for the aftercare, but you may want to speak to the actual aftercare process and kind of what's required as far as irrigation, all of that.
We can get you an estimate of the gallonage as well. We can get that to Mike. But the aftercare is monthly visits by a certified arborist, probably going to be more than that. That's generally what we do. Annual fertilizations, annual mulching. It's seasonal adjustments to the irrigation system. We use drip tubing that goes beyond the root ball of the tree to encourage more root growth out into the area. The drip tubing is very efficient, so we're not spraying into the air. It's underneath the mulch. We can check that thoroughly as well. There's deadwood pruning, insect treatments, boring insect prevention.
So will all this be with the cost of this total amount?
Yes.
Or does this full amount of $932,000 will be everything, including the water, the irrigation, the aftercare, and so forth?
So the water cost, I'm not sure about that part of it.
But as far as everything else, combined package, pre-doing it and then afterwards, it's gonna run us close to $904,000, $40,000.
Yes, Councilmember, that's correct. That includes that prep work, that includes the relocation and all that aftercare services that the contractor mentioned.
So after the contract runs out and the aftercare is over, who's going to be responsible for it after that?
That will be us.
Okay, so
yeah.
Sometimes these things, that's a perfect window of time for something to get dropped. Many months go by, nobody's paying attention, we've long forgot about this. The contract works out, 1 month you just stop coming, staff isn't paying attention, maybe doesn't know that, and so what can we do to ensure that this huge investment into keeping this tree alive is maintained beyond the scope of this contract? It's really just on the record, we need to.
Yeah, I think for the staff, it'll be a point of emphasis for us. We have a large investment that we're making in relocating the tree. We'll have the parklet feature that we're also maintaining as well at that location. So all of that maintenance will be done by the Parks Department, and we'll put that on our schedule and make sure it gets done. It needs to get done, it has to get done.
I think it's probably worth building some kind of redundancy in the reminder set, because it's not going to be in your usual, process.
I'd be happy to be that redundancy.
It's going to be a reoccurring every month cost. We have to understand that. It's going to be a reoccurring cost every single day and every month, because, we just can't shut off the valve after a certain amount of months or a certain amount of years. I mean, this is going to have to be reoccurring.
I will say that we have a multi-departmental project team working on this, and so as we're trying to get all this together, as far as the pocket park, the relocation, we will definitely take that into account and start looking at that transition plan and that maintenance plan going forward. We can start working on that now.
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah, just real quick, David, who on your team is going to have the knowledge to take care of this tree?
So we have John Davis, who is our urban biologist on staff. We also have a staff horticulturist. We don't have an arborist by trade, but those two could pass an arborist exam for one. But with sensitive trees of this magnitude, this is evaluated case by case, and the condition at the end of this contract would assess the tree. It's not atypical for us to consider extending a contract. Sometimes they're relatively inexpensive in the grand scheme of things. We had a tree for another agency we worked for that was very large caliper that required some extra care and maintenance, and so we enlisted the additional support of a tree care company to come provide those services like air spading, deep root fertilization programs. There's a number of things. We even won an award for this tree care program within this downtown area. But yeah, there's a number of things we can do. We've now got standard operating procedures in Parks and Recreation. We have our cartograph work order system to ensure that things don't drop off once they go into our system of implementation.
That's great to hear. Thanks, David. And it's great to hear that you've got experience in this. So that means this process is going to go well. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-2. Next up, agenda item 27, consider approval of a resolution to determine the final design layout of the facility located at 1500 Daisy. Mr. Lopez.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor. Quick overview. We're going to go over some floor plan concepts that you all have already seen, just by way of reminder, and then we've got an update on the transportation plan for the 1500 Daisy facility. I've got some supporting cast here from our transportation division, and then we will get direction from you all. There's a few new concepts and iterations that have developed since the last meeting that we wanted to bring before you for consideration. So the background that I spoke to in mid-March, we brought what we call the Max Flex concept to council, which was derived from stakeholder input, public input, and it accommodated about 130 people in this plan, but it was split between two main spaces that could be with retractable walls. Council at that time asked for more flexibility, possibly to make this a one massive ballroom that would accommodate up to close to 300 or anywhere from 250 to 300 people. So we took that feedback and we came up with a Mega Max Flex option. Our primary stakeholder that we've been working with, namely CAS, also supported this concept. So this would provide up to 6 multi-purpose rooms or 1 grand ballroom that would accommodate not only the events for CAS, but any after-hours meeting needs or any other extracurricular needs, park and recreation needs, if needed. We brought this concept to council on May 27th, and there was some additional feedback and requests to maybe really open up. I think the concern was with the partition stacks creating visibility issues. So what you see before you right now was taking council feedback, removing some of those stacks, and also there was some question on in the upper section, which would be like this larger ballroom area. There's a hard red line and there's a black squiggly line overlaid. We just need some feedback if council wanted that to be open into the hallway or if that needed to be a solid wall. There could be some adjustments made to design in that regard, but that would be essentially one large ballroom that would accommodate around 150 people at full capacity, and then 3 multi-purpose rooms for a combined 4-room total. There was some additional feedback from another council member that wanted to look at the option of maybe offering 5 rooms with 4 multi-purpose rooms, the 3 original on the bottom, and then in the top section there would be 1 to the right side where we would adjust the stacks, and that would also have the retractable walls, and then you would have 1 larger ballroom fixed area as you enter the facility, post lounge. I will take some feedback shortly, but quickly I wanted to give you an update on what our transportation team has been working on. And so this was a relatively low impact, but in terms of like cost but highly effective. And so what you see sort of in the northwest corner, you see a right-in, right-out only into the facility, the original drive, and then a right-in, right-out at Daisy Loop. This would require the need for a full access drive apron sort of to the south of the facility. And also there would be, that would be full access. And then where Daisy Loop and Daisy Lane meet further to the east, that would also be full access. So there would need to be signage incorporated. Before we move to the options for the building, I wanted to see if you all had any feedback on this transportation update.
I kind of like that there, because the big concern that, well, everybody's was the hill, trying to leave out from the hill, turning right and left. But if you do this full access down to where people can go down Daisy Loop on the way in, if you've driven out to Daisy Lane lately in the last 3 weeks, since we put those traffic lights up, traffic has slowed down tremendously because they know they got a stoplight coming up. So as people round out on Parkway, come down, they do see the lights. And as you have that curb, I believe that could also, is that where the possible roundabout is looking at? Right there as well?
Yeah, so the roundabout is going to be to the left of this, on this picture. You'll be coming out of the roundabout and then drive that curve and then pass those two driveways. So when we take a look at kind of along Daisy Lane, those two driveways for people driving on Daisy going west, I'm sorry, I'm directionally challenged. So if I got it wrong, I'm sorry. Going that way, it's very hard for people to see those two driveways due to the curvature of the road and the slope, longitudinal slope of the road. So we're also proposing potentially having some warning signs over at that curve to say curve block view for the vehicles traveling along Daisy Lane.
What could really help, probably 80% of the visibility, is to get all that mowed down, like I've been asking, or I'm trying to get the hospital to do. If we can get all that mowed down and keep it at a very low rate and get some of that old brush and that mesquite tree out, you'd have a clear visibility as people are coming down the hill. And if you go down that Daisy loop, you could be able to see any kind of traffic that's coming through. But since it's so high, and you've got so much shrubbery and brush there, it's really hard to see. That's a good concept to have an extra space leading out, but that whole triangle there, it just has to be cleared out to where you can be able to see it.
And we just heard that in the roundabouts where he said, keep it at 3 feet, right?
Yes.
So you can see the visibility.
I mean, again, drive out there. I recommend people going out there. Miss Conley knows what I'm talking about, right? So, you're coming around that hill. So imagine going Daisy Loop, having that street to where you can exit out. Would it be a lot nicer to be able to have it at visibility to where it's low and you can be able to see the cars coming down? Yep. That's a recommendation.
Councilmember Harris.
On Daisy Loop, do we own that property that we would be extending the driveway to? So we'd have an entrance off Daisy Loop, right? That red
Yeah, I
box?
believe so. I think that entire parcel we're acquiring, so that driveway would be.
Okay. That helps.
No other questions from transportation? We will continue.
No, I'm just going to say that's a great idea. Thank you for bringing this forward, David. That's you and everybody who was involved with this. That's a big plus for getting out of that building. So thank y'all for y'all's work and for having that vision. Thank y'all.
Okay, so options for your consideration would be the Mega Max Flex option, and that's on the left side. That's the one that maximized the retractable walls, but included the partition stacks. There were some concerns before about visibility, and we'd mentioned before that we would have TVs that would serve some auxiliary capacity to ensure that speakers would be visible, and having the right acoustics in the building is going to be important, but something that is easily accomplished. And then option 2 would be that additional council feedback. We just need clarity on if it would be that solid wall in the upper portion, on that lower solid wall on the upper portion, or would it be just wide open and just feeding into the hallway. And then the alternative concept, which isn't shown here, but I'll just go back to it, of 5 rooms instead of 4 or 6.
With no wall.
With no wall. Thank you. All right, at this time, I'll take any feedback, direction.
So I think that layout right there on the left is probably what everybody was agreeing to pretty much. It's open, and I don't like solid walls that would define the hallway. That would be horrible, because then it would limit what we could do in that space. I do like this concept where we can go to 6 rooms and be able to move forward. But even before voting on this, I want to take a minute to thank the council for their due diligence on finding a new home for our senior center. Mayor, I want to thank you because I know you made this a priority and you've wanted to address this. It's something, the conversations you and I had early on before we even did this. I want to thank Councilmember Tobias for finding the building and allowing us to bring the seniors into another building in real time because they outgrew the building they're in right now. And now to have a building that we can do multiple programming and everything else is something that I'm really excited to see happen in real time. But I just wanted to thank everybody here on this dais for moving this project forward and wanting it done in a timely manner. It's important that we address our needs, and this is a need that we're doing, and I look forward to seeing all our residents being able to take advantage of this building, seeing a lot of our nonprofits and clubs around the area that looking for space to be able to use this as well. So I think it's going to be very beneficial for our city. I think it's going to be a great asset to us as a community. And I just want to say thank you all to everybody. Thank you, Kaz, for working with us as well.
Additional thoughts or comments? Councilmember Harris.
The last option, that one. The seniors are wanting as many multipurpose rooms as possible. I do understand the mayor's motion on making the, taking out the walls and the panels to make that a much larger usable space. However, we could do the same but get another breakout room so we would have 5 instead of 6. If we move, see where it says move, if we move that panel over to the far wall, which would be by the kitchen, keep the one that is on the window side, then we would be able to close that in and make that an extra room, and then you'd have that multi-purpose area would be basically those first 2 rooms. So I think that's a nice way of getting the maximum usage out of it without compromising the ambiance for that larger room, because we can make that larger room really pretty, really inviting, and exciting. I think it's the wall. I don't think we really need the hallway there. It's kind of hallways are wasted space in general. Unless you're in an apartment building, then you may want one. But so that was the concept that I was thinking might work really, really well for actually getting us maximum space.
I just have a different comment, not has to do with floor space, but the restrooms themselves. If we could make sure that either the one by the kitchen or the ones up front, of course, they're going to be ADA compliant, but we got to make sure they're 18 by 18 because of the motorized wheelchairs that need to go in there. Yeah. We're going to have a lot of people that are going in there that have those, including scooters, including walkers, to where we really pay close attention to those restrooms for those seniors that need those accommodations, especially to have at least like a family-style bathroom, changing table, whatever, because there will be infants that will probably come in, but also to make sure that the size of the space itself, the doors that open wide, is accommodating for motorized wheelchairs and walkers as well.
So just on ADA, there's already a set standard, and that's what the city will be building for. They take all that into consideration. And the reason why I know that is because I've built a couple of these in my lifetime. But no, they have the right size doorways. They have the spaces. So there's a standard already the city has to build to, and they're going to build to that
There
standard.
is.
You can't take shortcuts on it.
Well, no, not only that, but there are places where, yes, you have the toilets themselves that are that, but when you're trying to get in,
the doorways.
That's where people.
Yeah, it's going to be the doorway. It's going to be the opening.
Yeah.
Everything will be set to that standard.
Yeah, just making sure we're following that process.
Thank you all. You're both correct. Everything will be ADA compliant. We did go above and beyond with the restroom by the kitchen. That would be what we call a caretaker room that would include an adult changing table and ample room for everything that you had requested.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Additional comments?
Yeah, I think on the layouts, I'm not real crazy about this layout right here because it's got to fix the wall. I really think that our maximum opening would be that other slide right here, because all these walls retract and that opens everything up. As Dr. Harris said, no hallway, because I don't like a hallway either. And this will take us away from the hallway when we close up the retractable walls. And I just kind of like this concept a lot better because it gives us 6 classrooms.
Additional thoughts?
I agree
Yeah,
with Councilmember Rizzo.
Go ahead, Mark.
Initially, it was nice having the concept of trying to take some of those dividers out for the visibility, but yeah, in retrospect, I think giving up the additional multipurpose rooms, it doesn't outweigh it.
Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for, really thinking it through, staff, our CAS and council members. We all had the right intentions with the floor plan to try to maximize its uses and functionality. And I just have to agree with Laura Lee's recommendations. I think that she's kind of spoken with CAS a bit more. The classrooms were very important, and still having a very large banquet room that we can really create without a hallway might be better. So I'd be leaning to that.
Additional thoughts, comments? I don't care personally which way that it goes, but I do have some comments. Number one is that my experience of the strongest advocate for senior activities in my entire 9 years that I've been here on this council is Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris has been relentless in her pursuit to bring about I think that the idea of saying that if somebody wants to move a wall because they're looking at different concepts for the city is betraying the seniors, I think that's very inappropriate. That being said, I'm open to either concept. It's just up to you guys. Y'all can take a vote.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the alternative council concept.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Harris, second by Councilmember Zuniga that we approve the alternative concept. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, this concept has that wall, so it
No, it
limits our
doesn't have
space.
the wall.
Yeah, it is the orange line. is the
No,
wall.
Yeah, that was.
we said that was an error. It would not have the wall.
Okay, so how does this give us more?
It gets you another breakout room, because
So this.
see where it says keep and move,
So
that
does this
becomes
give
a
us
room.
6 rooms?
It's 5 rooms.
And the
It's-
other one gives us 6?
Well, it's 3 on one side, and the one that's the same size, where it says keep and move, and multipurpose, this stays as a big room, but no wall.
Yeah, but the other concept keeps us the same with more space, and I don't see the difference in this one.
Well, this one gives us
Only 5 rooms. The other
5
one gives
rooms
us 6.
instead of 6. and-
The other one gives us 6 and gives us more open
But it
space.
moves all of the panels off where you have a really nice ballroom area. I think the mayor's comment, when he originally, a couple of weeks ago, suggested taking out all of the panels and the wall, was that we get a larger room, more usable space, and I think that has merit.
So the top one's going to take out pretty much all the top, correct? I'm sorry, please. So David, this top one, I guess it's throwing me off because you're taking out the accordions and you're only going to have 1 room, so we're going to end up with 4 rooms in this concept plus the big, large room, correct?
Yeah, for a total of 5. So the orange line shouldn't be there because you're right, that would represent a hard line.
Yeah, that was a hard line. That's why I was telling me there was another, it was a hallway.
It would go away. It would just be open.
And see, really with really what you're taking out is, boy, what are you? When I'm looking at there, it's only 4 rooms.
No, 5.
No, because it's only got 1 accordion, so this,
No,
the
it's
top
got-
room turns into 1 big room, and then you got the 3 bottom ones. It's only 4 rooms.
No, see where it says keep? So we keep that accordion that comes from, it'll fold out from where the windows are toward there's a post there that it would be attached to when it folds out. And where it says move, that accordion would move to the wall by the kitchen, so does not impair the vision of the room.
Why is there two accordion walls right there where it says keep on the top side?
Well, that accordion comes down from the window to this other accordion. They meet there at the corner to make that room.
Yeah, but they're Xing one out, so it tells me there's two there.
Yeah,
Why is there two accordions?
It's a little confusing, but it would be, the accordion would move, where it says keep, would move towards the hall.
So you're just moving it.
And
You're not, there's not two accordions there.
Well,
You're
there were,
actually moving
yeah,
one of-
because one,
The X is confusing.
yeah, there would have been,
Yeah, you could have just done away with that one and just moved it over, probably on the
Yeah.
drawing.
Yeah.
Because that's what's throwing me off right there, because it's like,
moving it over to the
Yeah,
side.
it's using the existing drawing, trying to show a change.
yeah, and for me, it's, getting the 6 spaces is probably more important. The reason why is we have a lot of groups coming out and asking for spaces, and having cats there during the day, the groups in the evening. I want to make sure we have enough meeting space for everybody that is asking for meeting space, because Councilor Tobias can tell you that, people are always constantly asking us for meeting space, and we just don't have it. Seeing the retractable walls go back gives us that option to have the 6 rooms and have that open meeting space.
We
Motion?
we have a motion. Motion's been called, it's non-debatable. We'll do a roll call vote.
Okay.
McKinney,
No.
Heiser,
No.
Harris,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Nay,
Nay,
nay.
Nay, okay. Zuniga,
Yes.
Tobias.
All right. Motion fails 3-4. New motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept with the 6 breakout rooms, and making sure we have no fixed walls that will turn into a hallway.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve the mega max flex concept. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item 28, consider approval of a resolution naming the facility located at 1500 Daisy Lane, the Adele Hurst Activity Center. Parks and Recreation Board recommended denial 5-0. Item presenter, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. So quick overview, we're going to go over an application summary that we received. We're going to talk about some background on Adele Hurst. This item was brought before Parks Board, so we're going to share some of their feedback on the item, potential next steps, and then we'll take your direction and feedback. So with the application summary, we received it from the CAS president on May 13th of this year. The request was to name the city-owned facility located at 1500 Daisy Lane, the Adele Hurst Activity Center. The application also included 53 signatures of support. By our current policy, these requests go to the city manager, and it's brought to council for consideration. Some background on Adele Hurst: she was a community activist in Kyle who advocated for seniors. She believed that seniors have need a gathering space to meet their needs. This was observed through several letters that were sent to a former Parks and Recreation director. Adele helped to establish a Kyle area senior zone in 2006, and she passed away in 2018. Parks Board recommended not approving the naming of the activity center, the Adele Hurst Activity Center. There were concerns over an acronym, also that Adele Hurst already has a ballroom named after her at the Krug Center. They also expressed desire to get input from Adele Hurst family, not knowing how they would feel for this naming. And they asked if Adele Hurst's name could be considered along with others who've contributed to the senior population in Kyle. Additional information since the Parks Board meeting was that we followed up with the original application submitter, and they said that they would be agreeable to the naming of Adele Hurst Community Center, which would make it more inclusive and community-centric, and also mitigate the concern over the acronym. Adelhurst family was also contacted to see if they would hypothetically support a naming, and they said that they would be honored. So potential next steps, if naming were approved, Parks and Recreation would work with our architectural consultant for building signage and any other adjustments needed for the building. And so option 1 would be approve the naming as presented. Option 2, approve naming with changes, and option 3 would be to deny naming at this time. At this time, I'll take any thoughts.
Can you explain the 5-0 vote of denial motion by the Parks Board?
Yeah, so the Parks Board, I think there was some concern over the acronym. They thought with AHAC, they said with it being a long name, there would be an acronym, so there was concern there. Also that there was already a ballroom named for Adelhurst, and they wanted to maybe open it up for others in the community who have.
So you're saying, so we did take a vote to honor Adelhurst like a month or two ago with regards to this facility, I thought?
With the Parks Board, we did, their recommendation body, and so we wanted to have that feedback.
I thought council took a vote on that as well.
We did as well.
We did as well, and so.
For the crew, that was for the crew.
But then we moved it to the, we recommended to move it to this facility to name, you know, to I don't know, it was a name to commemorate her with the plaque, I believe is what it was. Like we just took this vote.
Yeah, it was that was something that had been voted on, I think, in maybe 2022 for the crew naming.
Right.
And so the direction from council at that time was to put up something at the Krug Center to acknowledge the naming. And then there was some feedback given at that time, maybe to consider something at the new facility as well.
If I'm not mistaken, Mayor, there is a room named that has her name on it correctly right now.
That's correct.
And when this building is finally completed, because we haven't even got the keys to the building and started sweeping up the dirt, once it all got built out, that we were going to dedicate a room to this person on that end. I think that's kind of where we were leaning towards. I know we hear you, trust me, we hear you, but we're up here in the discussion on this end. Okay, and that's what I'm recalling that we spoke about in that meeting.
I think we had talked about maybe transferring the name over to the inside of that building is what I remember in the conversation. But I don't think we've ever, I know the seniors have talked about, naming the building, but I know we haven't as a dais.
It was suggested.
Yeah, we just haven't done it as a dais, so.
On that end.
Yeah.
So if you still have the floor, you still have the floor.
No, those are the questions I had. Go ahead.
Right now, you have an anonymous 5-0 of not naming the Hearst Activity Center. Like I said, it seems to me, I got caught off guard right off the bat on this. We're still fighting over the concept designs, and we're already putting a name and a flag and everything else about what's the name going to be. I'd like to be able to get through the first concept done first before anything else. But if we are to look at naming a facility moving forward, I think, like we're going to have a discussion here in a minute about these roads that we're renaming, we went through a whole community process, correct? I think we should stick to, when it comes to naming buildings, or if we're going to go this route, is to look at our policy procedure as far as our naming of the buildings. I feel a community outreach later on, once we finally get this built and done, could be a suggestion. But for right now, if I was to have a choice, just keep it to like we have right now. We have a Kyle Public Library. We have a Kyle Community Center. Very basic for right now. And if we decide later on to where we want to rename it after an individual, then we take that process there. But you already right off the bat, it went to the parks and they voted 5-0 not to go that route. That's just saying right there, let's just put a pause on naming buildings right now, and let's get a lot of this process done as far as getting the concept and the building going. But at the same time, let's review our name policy for our buildings. Maybe we can look at that later on, Brian, to see if we're following the right steps to get the names correctly on buildings, because there's going to be more, okay? Because we've got a new Parks and Rec building, you know, we may want to consider renaming that one day, but let's just follow that process on my end on that.
Additional thoughts?
Yeah, I'm glad that Kaz is real passionate about this. They're, you know, about naming the building, but one of the things that our history has shown us on this dais is that when we make that decision, we get in trouble. I mean, we've seen that with roads, we've seen it with other things as well. We've got a history of we decide on the name, we're gonna get in trouble. I really think that the residents, the city, the taxpayers of Kyle are paying for this building. They should have the say-so. And we, you know, bringing up a list of names, just like we're doing with this road. Look, honestly, we've got a road that's going to be coming up, and I'd love to name it after somebody that I see as a role model in this city. But I'm going to leave it to the process, because I know the process is the way it does. I'm not going to sit here and say, I want this name on this road, because I think the person that I'm more thinking the road should be named after should, you know, just get it. Because I know there's a process, I know there's taxpayers that are paying for that road, so our residents are paying for it. And as much as it pains me not to get my way, I'm gonna let the process happen. And whatever the road gets named, I'm gonna, you know, honor it, right? And that's what it is. I mean, there's some things that we, as a council, just shouldn't be doing, and we shouldn't be naming buildings and roads. If history's shown us every time we do that, we get in trouble. So we've learned that we allow the citizens to name things, and that's really how I think we should do it. Because I think if we start naming things, we'll get in trouble.
Mayor, I'd like to go and make a
Councilor,
motion.
go ahead.
No,
Nope.
go ahead. Mayor, I'd like to go and make a motion to deny naming the facility in the 1500 Delhurst Activity Center.
All right, motion by Councilor Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, that we deny agenda item 28. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah, just because we're denying this doesn't mean we're not going to name it this. What we're saying, we're going to follow a process. We're going to allow people to submit names and see where we go. And this could be the name of the building. I mean, what we're saying is that council's not going to make the judgment of naming this building. We're going to allow it to go to the citizens, allow the citizens to name the building. And like we've learned in the past, that's the best route to follow.
So with that,
Can we amend the
yes, that's what I'm going to
motion
do.
to state that then?
So Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and amend my motion to deny naming the new center Delhurst. However, to follow up with the process of at a later time to do a community outreach for the naming of this center.
Or is that amenable to the second? All right, so the motion is to deny, but to create a process for naming it that's public at a later date?
Yeah, at a later date after the ribbon, before the ribbon cutting.
After or before the ribbon cutting?
I would say, let's get the building built first.
I don't want to pay for a sign twice.
Yeah, so,
I was going to say, I don't want to pay for signs first, so
Yeah.
I'd like to do it beforehand.
Yeah.
I'd like to start the process right now and start getting that way.
Yeah.
That way, as we're getting
Yes.
through the cost, when we finally put
At a
signs on that
later
building,
time before
it'll
the
be a
ribbon
one-time
cutting.
process.
Okay, but just a second ago, you said you liked the idea of the Kyle Community Center. I mean, that was your point. But if we're going to name it before the ribbon cutting, which is in theory in 6 months, I mean, that's an immediate process that we have to go through.
Okay,
So you are
so-
saying you don't want it to be the Kyle Community Center or what, I forget what it's
yeah,
called.
it was just
You
a
do,
Kyle,
but you do want to.
it was just a basic generic name if we go that route, because I know it doesn't have, right now, we're calling it that. I could make the motion to name it, to come up with the name Kyle Community Center at a later time. If we decide to name it later, we can take that vote later on. But I know we don't have an official name.
The way I hear the motion, even though you said at a later date, because of the construction process that we're about to go through,
I'm okay with that.
I would recommend that we just not name it.
Okay.
I would recommend that we just not name it right now.
So I'll just stick to my original motion to deny the naming of the building at this time.
Amenable to the second? All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up is going to be agenda item number 17, consider approval of a resolution adopting a Hays County Safety Action Plan and authorizing staff to develop and submit an application for the Safe Streets for All grant program in an estimated amount of $600,000 with a 20% match for the Kyle Safety Pilot Program. Mr. Trimble.
Thank you. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation, Public Works. What we're bringing forward this evening is primarily a request to apply for a Safe Streets for All grant. We want to look at doing a safety action plan for the city of Kyle, improving traffic safety here for our community. But as part of that, and what makes us better positioned to apply for that is having an adopted safety action plan already, and Hays County is finishing up their plan. And so we're bringing both of those for consideration, both for the adoption of the Hays County Safety Action Plan to better position us to apply for that Safe Streets for All grant. And also, I want to take the opportunity to introduce our new Assistant Director for Traffic Management and Operations, Ravali Kosaraju, and she's going to start to walk you through both of these items. And then we also have a consultant that will also provide an overview of the Hays County Safety Action Plan itself. Ravali?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Ravali Kosaraju, Assistant Director, Transportation Engineering within TPW. So I'm just going to go through the slides as quickly as I possibly can without skipping any details. So just to give you context on the Safe Streets for All program, it is an initiative that came out of the IIJA, or Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And it's a program that's been ongoing since 2022. So this is now its 4th year. And the program funds plans at a regional, local, and tribal level to allow for initiatives that prevent roadway fatalities and serious injuries. Again, a little bit of the background. This program is supports the U.S. Department of Transportation's National Roadway Safety Strategy. Try saying that really fast. And its goal of 0 roadway fatalities using a safe system approach. You're just going to hear safe system and Safe Streets for All quite a bit, so just heads up. And the US DOT recently issued a call for projects for the Safe Streets for All, or SS4A grant program, with the applications being due by the end of June. So that call for projects is for this current fiscal year. Again, as Mike just briefly mentioned, CAMPO is finalizing a regional safety action plan and a Hays County safety action plan that addresses the SS4A goals and prioritizes the high injury networks and corridors for safety improvements. So our intent with applying for this grant is to get us something that's more tailored to Kyle and our streets and what our residents need in terms of traffic safety. And we are currently recommending an application for this grant program to fund the Kyle Safety Action Plan and a safety pilot program. So the grant application would cover both areas. Now, again, to kind of zoom out a little bit and look at it in a larger scale, this vision that we're coming forth with is very much aligned with TxDOT's statewide Vision Zero goal, which is to eliminate all traffic fatalities by 2050. It also supports the mission of the newly formed Traffic and Transportation Division within the TPW department, and it reinforces the city's commitment to proactive and safety-first planning. In addition, it demonstrates the city's leadership and responsibility in protecting all road users. It builds on momentum of peer cities such as San Antonio, New Braunfels, Austin, Laredo, and several others within Texas and beyond that have already adopted Vision Zero goals and safety action plans. This also supplements the regional safety vision and project recommendations that are coming out of the Campos Regional Safety Action Plan, but with like I said, a zoomed-in focus on city-maintained roadways. This also ensures that all roadway projects, whether they're city-led through our bond program or developer-driven, are reviewed through the safety-focused lens that prioritizes human lives over level of service. And then with that, I am going to pass it on to the consultant that is working on the Campo Safety Action Plan and the Hays County Safety Action Plan. I believe Matt and his team are remote tonight, so there may be a slight pause while we transition. Oh, or not. go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? This is Alex Cohen, Cambridge Systematics, presenting on behalf of the project team for the Hayes County Safety Action Plan.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just want to thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to the plan tonight. I'd like to walk through just a bit of background about the Hayes County Safety Action Plan, which is a portion of the Campo Regional Safety Action Plan. And we certainly applaud the interest from the city of Kyle to take the effort to advance their safety analysis further. I just want to highlight, the road safety challenge. I mean, overall across Hayes County, there were over 16,000 crashes between the previous 5 years, from 2019 to 2023. And, this included an increase of fatal and severe injury crashes in particular over that period. There's a period of dynamic change, both pre and post-COVID, but, still seeing safety being a continuous challenge. I'd just like to highlight, not just crashes in aggregate, but really what are some of the top emphasis areas that affect the city of Kyle and Hayes County as a whole. Whether it's dark conditions, roadway departure, issues related to speed, focusing on intersection and different road users and behaviors. These challenges help shape some of the strategies that we really begin to focus on and turn our attention towards. As is mentioned, the Hayes County Safety Action Plan does reflect the Texas Road to Zero goal to reduce fatal crashes in half by 2035. But this plan also takes that a step further to also reflect serious injuries as well, with an ambitious goal of reducing those in half by 2035 and eliminating them by 2050. This plan was done, so the Hayes County Task Force, made up, including members of the City of Kyle, Hayes County, TxDOT, Austin District, Hayes Area Office, and the other cities, and Texas State University. It's part of the overall broader Campo Regional Safety Plan effort, and this is just some of the project members that we had developing the plan. There are a number of steps in the process, so really we wanted to build upon previous work and analysis that was done, look at current safety crash issues and trends, work on developing policy and process recommendations that are really specifically tailored towards Hayes County and member cities, as well as conducting outreach to get hear feedback from the community in Hayes County and the other member counties as well. As was mentioned, this plan is to help leverage funding through the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, but we think it's still a great broader framework to really center safety in the transportation planning process, and is really going to be an invaluable building block in developing a broader regional safety strategy as well. This plan's been ongoing over the past year. This is an overall roadmap right now. So right now we're at the County Safety Action Plan process. The Hayes County Commissioners Court last week endorsed the plan, and they're looking to fully incorporate it into their upcoming transportation master plan. And later this year, this plan will also be included in the Campo Regional Safety Action Plan as well. So really, it's really a bottom-up approach to recognizing safety needs and putting them into a broader regional safety strategy. This plan couldn't have been developed without the active involvement of the task force. really meeting over 4 times and as well as some ongoing engagement as well. Some of the concerns that we had throughout the region and throughout the county should not be surprising. Really concerns about speed, development of separated facilities for bicyclists and pedestrians, and issues with intersections as well. I think not really should be too much of a surprise with the developing network in the city of Kyle and Hayes County. And this plan really looks at prioritizing those locations where improvements can be best effective. I just want to walk through some of the analysis and recommendations. Really, we looked at crash analysis 2 ways. A high injury network that was both, that was based on the history of crashes, and then also a safe system network that was based on systemic risk. So locations where similar crashes have occurred. So we can both be reactive to locations where crashes have occurred, and then also proactive. So bringing both complementary approaches together and looking at strategies and countermeasures that are effective in both situations. We looked at both intersections and segments. And, the high injury network, it truly is a high injury network because it highlights a specific subset of the roads in the county, excluding IH-35, where nearly half of all fatal and severe injury crashes occurred. So, and that's just on 5% of intersections in the county. Just wanted to highlight a few of those here. So about 60 intersections throughout the county. And within Kyle, some of these prime locations, and I'll highlight some of the proposed recommendations coming up. And in regards to segments, about 5% of the roadway, corridors in the county resulted in 36% of all fatal and severe injury crashes as well. So it's really notes that there's, a large potential for crash reduction just by, really focusing on these locations. So number of segments throughout the county, I really, want to tip my hat towards, as part of the Hayes County Transportation Bond, the City of Kyle, and TxDOT. A number of these locations were already under development, so there really weren't that much need of recommendations in some locations. But, through our planning process, we want to look at some of the next opportunities as well. So in total, we looked at 30 corridor improvements and 37 intersection improvements just countywide. Kind of shows really as a subset of the high injury network. And then within the City of Kyle, really about 4 projects within, the city limits itself, with about 3 others outside the ETJ, as part of the county and TxDOT facilities. Overall, just a number of these locations, some of the countermeasures were really intended to reduce opportunities where we've had lane departures, turn conflicts, and as well as to provide lighting and signage to reduce the risk of other crashes occurring and provide a bit more awareness on the roadway. At a number of the 37 locations throughout the county. And then within the City of Kyle itself, a number of locations where city facilities intersect with TxDOT on-system roadways, Some of these may require larger scale intersection reconfigurations, bringing some medians, providing additional pedestrian crossings, and some upgrades to signals as well. And just kind of some illustrative figures of what some of these may include. So in regards to lighting, access management, signage, looking at providing additional timing and some of the signals, and as well as enhancing crossings in particular for pedestrians. The next steps for the plan, as I mentioned, Hays County will be incorporating this project listed as Master Transportation Plan, and as well as this enables jurisdictions within the county to pursue Safe Streets and Roads for All funding through US DOT. And as mentioned, this will be for a planning and demonstration grant. And just some of the applications that are happening throughout the county as well. The city of San Marcos is also looking for some capital projects. So thank you all for your time and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for the presenter? Motions? Councilmember Harris.
I didn't quite understand. So is the county applying for the grant, or is Kyle applying, or we're applying jointly? I mean, it's due the end of this month?
Correct. So we, the city of Kyle, are applying for the grant. The county has already secured the grant in a prior year, and they're going through their plan process currently. So we are coming today with a request to, oh, sorry, I don't know, my clicker's not working.
600,000?
600,000 is the grant application request.
And we do a 20% match
Correct.
on that?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So that would be a $120,000 cost to the city.
And it
And
would
that is a
be-
federal requirement,
So
sorry.
it would be any of those intersections that we just saw listed? Or or all of them, or?
So the supplemental planning efforts that we're looking at, that would help us kind of narrow down how to prioritize them, and if there's any additional ones that are not on TxDOT system that we could focus on first, because multi-agency projects tend to take a bit longer to materialize because of the coordination. But also another critical element that would come out of this grant application once approved is the ability for us to do quick build projects or pilot projects. So if there's certain elements at intersections or on roadways that we want to try out, the grant approval would allow us the flexibility to do that. So we don't necessarily have to wait for like a full capital improvement type project. We could go in with our crews potentially to do a lot of these quick build or pilot projects, or hire a consultant on a task order basis potentially.
Are these grants still available?
As far as we are
Are they going to be
told,
funded?
yes. So the US DOT website, that is a great question, and I'm sure it's on other people's minds as well. So the US DOT webpage for this program has been updated with a notice of funding opportunity for this specific grant type for this year. So yes, for a short answer. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just to add to that, council member, we've been working with, as you may recall, we had brought a staff augmentation contract to you for Kinley Horn, and they've been actually helping us and advising us on the development of this application. And again, the funding is available, and they've been advising us on how to best position ourselves to apply successfully for this grant as well. That's also part of why we're bringing this to you.
It seems to me that the chief brought our accident analysis to us some time ago. Seems to me that in Kyle, the majority of our serious accidents were either on 35 or the 35 access roads, and then at 1626 in Kohler's Crossing. I have special, gray hair, limited field of vision, pupils that don't react to light exactly like they used to. I would really like to see special consideration as we look at these intersections for our senior citizens. It isn't always that we need more lights, sometimes we need less, because it's actually impairing the vision once you come into and out of that intersection, especially at 1626. It's extremely confusing for the older person. So just would like some consideration on that.
And absolutely, and I think that's one of the opportunities here by looking at a Kyle Safety Action Plan versus the regional and the county is, again, those are different lenses, right? Those are larger lenses, and this gives us an opportunity to look specifically for Kyle, look at what specific priorities we would have. Obviously, we would go through a process, also getting community engagement as well to talk about what those priorities are for Kyle, and then again, make this plan uniquely for Kyle. And then we can also look at the neighborhood scale too, not just our major roadways, our major arterials, also looking at our connections to 35, but we can also look at the neighborhood scale as well. So I'm hoping we can encapsulate all of that into this safety action plan for Kyle.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve option 1 for agenda item 17.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item 17. Is there a discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have 6 items in a row, all related to eminent domain for public use. Agenda item 18, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 1.312 acre parcel of land in fee simple, as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by Coma Ray, Inc., for the public use and purpose of construction of improvements for the Old Stagecoach Road Improvement Project. This item has a roll call vote. Ms. Schmeitz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Assistant City Manager for the record. As the Mayor said, we have 6 of these PCNs, so I'll talk about what a PCN does for this item, and then we'll move quickly through the other 5. This one in particular is for Old Stagecoach Road. All these PCNs have to do with the 2022 road bond projects. Here is the project limit. And then this particular site is Old Stagecoach Road, parcel number 19. We prepared a survey and an appraisal. We need 1.312 acres here, and the improvements within the right-of-way will be roadway pavement, sidewalk, vibe trail, and drainage infrastructure. And so when we ask you to pass this resolution, we're asking you to use eminent domain if that is necessary. We ask you to approve.
Okay. Move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire 1.312 acres of land in fee simple from property owned by Coma Ray, Inc., as described in Agenda Item 18 for the public use of constructing and operating public roadway improvements, drainage improvements, and utility improvements for the Old Stagecoach Road Improvement Project.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Zuniga,
Mr. Zuniga?
Sorry, I didn't hear it. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you said yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Tobias is absent. McKinney,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes. All right, motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item 19, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a public utility easement over a 334 square foot parcel of land as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by the South Lake Ranch Homeowners Association Incorporated for the public use and purpose of construction of roadway, drainage, and utility infrastructure improvements for the Kyle Parkway, Lehman Road Extension Roadway Improvement Project. Roll call vote is requested. Mr. Mites.
This is Kyle Parkway. Here are the project limits. The site information is Kyle Lehman, parcel 26E. We need a public utility easement there in 334 square feet. Improvements within the easement would include drainage infrastructure and utility infrastructure. And so we ask that you approve the PCN.
All right, any discussion on the item? I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire a public utility easement over 334 square feet of land from property owned by South Lake Ranch Homeowners Association, Inc., as described in agenda item 19, for the public use of constructing and operating drainage and utility improvements for the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve agenda item 19. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Heiser?
Yeah.
Mitchell?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Tobias?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 20, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, an electrical easement over a 2,364 square foot parcel of land as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by Indian Paintbrush Homeowners Association, Inc. for the public use and purpose of construction of a public electrical infrastructure improvements for the Windy Hill Road Realignment and Improvement Project. Ms. Schmeitz.
This PCN is for Windy Hill Road. Here are the project limits. On this property, we just need an electrical easement so we can underground the electrical there. We need a little over 2,300 square feet. And we ask that you approve the PCN.
All right, any discussion on the item? I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire an electrical utility easement over 2,364 square feet of land from the property owned by Indian Paintbrush Homeowners Association Incorporated as described in agenda item 20 for the public use of constructing and operating electrical infrastructure improvements for the Windy Hill Road Realignment and Improvement Project.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Tobias?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Aye.
Harris?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Heiser?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 21, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, an electrical easement over a 3,425 square foot parcel of land as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by Verite Real Estate LP, formerly ARC DGKYLTX002 LLC, what a name, for the public use and purpose of construction of public electrical infrastructure improvements for the Windy Hill Road Realignment and Improvement Project.
This is also on Windy Hill. Here are the project limits again. The site information here is a 3,400 square foot electrical easement, again, so we can bury the overhead electrical lines here. We ask that you approve the PCN.
Any discussion? I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire an electrical utility easement over 3,425 square feet of land from property owned by Verite Real Estate LP, formerly ARC DGKYLTX002 LLC, as described in agenda item 21 for the public use of constructing and operating electrical infrastructure improvements for the Windy Hill Road Realignment and Improvement Project. Motion by Mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
McKinney?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Tobias?
Yes.
Yes.
Heiser?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 22. Consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a .0585 acre parcel of land in fee simple and a public utility easement over a .0666 acre parcel of land as described in Exhibits A and A1 to the resolution from certain real property owned by TRIA SPV, Kyle, Texas LLC for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway improvements and public drainage and utility infrastructure improvements for the Bunton Creek Road Improvement Project.
Right, this is Bunton Creek Road. Here are the project limits. For this particular parcel, we need a fee simple and a public utility easement there, and then improvements within the right-of-way and the easement would include sidewalk, grading, and utility infrastructure. We ask that you approve.
Any questions or comments? I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire .0585 acres of land in fee simple and a public utility easement over a .0666 acres of land from property owned by TRIA SPV Kyle LLC as described in agenda item 22 for the public use of constructing and operating public roadway improvements, drainage improvements, and utility improvements for the Bunton Creek Road Improvement Project.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, second by the mayor pro tem. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Harris?
Yes.
Tobias?
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Kaiser, McKinney.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 23, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a .1664 acre parcel of land in fee simple and a temporary grading easement over a .0211 acre parcel of land as described in Exhibits A and A1 to the resolution from certain real property owned by the Peter Nallis Electric Cooperative Incorporated for the public use and purpose of construction of a public roadway improvement and grading restoration for the Bunton Creek Road Improvement Project.
This is also on Button Creek. Here are the project limits. We need fee simple right-of-way there and then a temporary grading easement to accommodate the roundabout there. Improvements within the right-of-way and easement will include vibe trail and grading, and we ask that you approve.
All right, any questions, comments? I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire .1666 acres of land in fee simple and a temporary grading easement over a .0211 acres of land from property owned by Peter Nallis Electric Cooperative Incorporated as described in agenda item 23 for the public use and constructing and operating public roadway improvements, drainage improvements, and utility improvements for the Bunton Creek Road Improvement Project. Motion by Mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Zuniga,
Aye.
Kaiser, Tobias,
Aye.
McKinney,
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 25. Consider approval of an agreement with Werlick's Design Incorporated for the construction of a playground at Waterleaf Park in an amount of $637,271 plus a $31,863.55 construction contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $669,134.55 through the Buy Board Cooperative Purchasing Program. Ms. Truelove.
Good evening. Just a little history on this particular project. In early 2025, staff assessed the playground at Waterleaf Park and determined the need for replacement. In March, we engaged with Werlick's Design to develop an assessment and provide 2 playground concepts. We took those playground concepts to the public to gather input and allowed folks to select their favorite concept. On May 29th, staff presented the community selection to the Park Board, and the Park Board unanimously approved that council consider approval of the contract for the Nature Park concept, which is Concept 2. The current existing playground condition has exceeded its natural life cycle at 20-plus years old. There are poor playground aesthetics, not enough play value, and does not feature very many inclusive components. Some safety and maintenance challenges include a plastic entrance ramp with no ADA access, and there's a slide out of commission with costs of $15,000 plus for a replacement, with some additional images of the current playground conditions. Both concepts that we considered, option 1 and option 2, had inclusive amenities, synthetic grass, and pour-in-place surfacing. Both used existing shade and had addition of new shade. Both had communication boards and zip lines and improvement of accessibility and mobility throughout the perimeter. Both concepts provided different aesthetics. The first was more of a traditional playground aesthetic, and the second was more of a nature aesthetic. The survey results, we had a total of 305 responses between May 5th and May 20th. 23% of the respondents required special assistance, either sensory, physical, cognitive, auditory, or other. Option 2 received 58% of the votes, while option 1 received 42%. And the nature concept was well received and praised by the community. This nature concept includes improved accessible surfacing, enhanced and new shade installations, new nature-themed playground equipment, and the addition of a perimeter sidewalk, seating, and shade around the playground. Costs for these improvements, $614,000 with a 5% contingency. And some additional renderings of Concept 2. So the timeline that we have shows us here in June with the council for contract consideration for construction. Lead time for equipment being 6 to 8 weeks, and construction grand reopening in the August to September timeframe. We recommend approval of the agreement for option 2 with Werlicks, and staff recommends approval.
Rosie, only question is, how does this 600,000 relate to the discussion that we had earlier about the overall budget for Waterleaf with the parking lot and various things? So this is
I'm
in
gonna
addition
ask
to that
Mr.
amount,
Scotto
or is
to
it
address
part of
that.
that amount?
Scotto, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, it's already accounted for in that proposed vision, that 5-year CIP plan.
In the 5-year CIP plan that we just saw?
Yeah, so if you
or-
recall, there was a total of $3 million that were going to be forecasted for this current fiscal year. This project is included in that $3 million.
For Waterleaf or just in general?
For this playground, for the Waterleaf playground.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's getting late. I'm just trying to be clear. So earlier, we looked at the Waterleaf and Steeplechase Park budgets for improvements to those
For the
facilities.
parking lots.
Was
That's
this
for parking
project?
lots. That's for parking lot.
That's what I'm asking. So this is in addition, I think it was like $1 million or 600,000 or 900,000 or something like that just for Waterleaf. This is an additional investment.
Correct.
Separate from that.
Correct.
Okay. That's just what I wanted to make sure was clear.
Yeah, and all
Cool.
those have been accounted for and what's been presented to the council.
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, second by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 25. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for taking the survey, and it looks like a great park. I'm glad to see the shade structure is important. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 26, last but not least, consider approval of a construction, and it's not last, but you get it. The last dollars I think we're going to spend. Consider approval of a construction contract with Capital Excavation for the Kohlers BB Road West project in the amount of $35,312,171.11, which includes a contingency of $3,531,217.11 for the total contract amount not to exceed $38,843,388.22 based on RFP 2022 RB_1. Here we go. Mr.
Here we go. This is our second road bond project that we're excited to bring forward. As we know, in November of 2022, City of Kyle voters approved Proposition A, a road bond for 8 transportation projects across Kyle, totaling 10.3 miles of new location, reconstruction, and widening projects to improve our transportation network. The project builds Kohlers Crossing from northbound IH-35 frontage road to Seton Parkway and BB Road from the northbound IH-35 frontage road to Sunlight Boulevard. In January of 2024, Kohlers to BB West projects were approved by council. April 21st, we issued the RFP, and May 22nd, received proposals for the construction contract. Construction improvements planned for Kohlers Crossing and BB West. This project will support infrastructure upgrades and roadway realignment to improve traffic flow and pedestrian access. As we said, the northbound IH-35 frontage road to Seton Parkway, approximately 1.11 miles. Improvements include roadway, drainage, and pedestrian upgrades, including curb and gutter, storm sewers, and sidewalks. Infrastructure and utility enhancements, structures, retaining walls, water and wastewater lines, and then mobility and safety features, roadway illumination, traffic signs, vibe trail, a new right turn lane on IH-35 frontage road. For the work on BB Road, again, roadway drainage and pedestrian upgrades, curbs and gutters, storm sewers and sidewalks, trail and safety features, including roadway illumination, vibe trail, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and key traffic enhancements, including a right turn lane from IH-35 frontage road, a new roundabout at BB Road, Kohlers Crossing, and Seton Parkway. Milestones associated with the work, the BB Road West and Kohlers Crossing will be the second and third projects of the 2022 road bond to begin construction. Staff is working with a general engineering consultant to plan a groundbreaking ceremony near the start of construction. For the request for proposals, we received 6 submittals in response to our RFP. The proposals that were evaluated came from Joe Bland Construction, Chasco Constructors, Capital Excavation, Cash Construction, Jordan Foster Construction, and Danucci Constructors. We evaluated the proposals based on contract price, their experience and qualifications, and their proposed schedule. And Capital Excavation is staff's recommendation on this, excuse me. They demonstrated a strong, realistic schedule, estimated start date of July 17th, 2025, with completion on July 1st, 2027. They're familiar with Kyle projects and local expectations. Their proposal clearly addressed all of our city priorities, and the proposed staff, including the project manager, have prior experience, working experience here within Kyle, and they presented a solid, thoughtful approach to project delivery. We have our evaluation overview. You can see the bid amounts as they were submitted, noting that this was a request for proposals, not a low bid. So we did evaluate them based on the established evaluation criteria, and Capital Excavation was the highest ranked proposal of the 6 that we received. So Capital Excavation, their total cost is $38,843,388.22. Our original estimate on this was $46,745,950. So we are saving with this. This project will be approximately 17% below our original estimate, or a savings of a little less than $8 million. So our recommendation.
Can you say that again, Rosie? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah. Do you need me to say it louder?
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's almost an $8 million savings in one project.
And as change orders come in, we're not touching that. Let them know that.
No, we have a construction contingency to
We got a
cover the
contingency.
unknowns that will happen associated with this particular
We got
project.
the $3 million, but when they start seeing the savings,
Yeah.
we're letting them
But
know
that
it's not
includes,
going to be touched.
our construction contingency is already factored into our 17% savings of almost $8 million. Can I say
ma'am.
that again? $8
Yep,
million
$8 million
of savings.
Awesome.
Okay. We would recommend approval of the contract with Capital Excavation.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Truelove, Mr. Tobias?
Okay, in that area, I know we got the savings coming, but there's a lot of light poles on BB, right where the carriageway track is. So are they looking at bringing some of those poles down? Is that part of the plan?
No.
Because, because there's, if you go there, there's, I mean,
Yeah.
the whole plan of it all. And you got 4 lanes going up to Kohler's, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
included in these projects is
Okay.
to underground utilities along those roadways. And we are coordinating with the carriageway track developer as well to get some of that work done in conjunction with PEC.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, we don't want to get them off the hook. They're part of this deal too. We worked really long and hard for
Well-
that, so I want to make sure that they are contributing as well.
We're coordinating closely with them.
Good, thank you.
I do think it's worth underscoring just that when we set this bond program up, that we designed an estimated cost that included complete streets, including burying the lines. And this is one of those moments where I'm really glad that we made that decision. Sidewalks, the full treatment, so that when these roads are completed, they're designed for the long haul. Yeah, and so this is just this is road number 2 out of how many? 8.
8 more.
And this is a major road on that bond. To see it going up and seeing it connect the east side with the west side, and seeing the connectivity there for the amenities is going to be really amazing. It's a great win for us to get this to that level. So
We drive
great
it
job,
every day
everyone.
on 1626, so now the residents can now understand that we're trying to add something to Kohler's, because of that backup all the way from like where Target and Kohl's and H-E-B, it backs up, and then with Marketplace opening up soon, then it's going to open up Kohler's, and then we can cross over to the east side.
Yeah, it's a
Which-
huge new exit for folks that get backed up on Kyle Parkway for sure
Exactly.
to I-35.
Yeah.
And then when it goes under.
And when you're thinking about, Button Creek Road coming up from that area, it'll now bring them over a lot quicker as well. So it's a win for both sides of I-35.
Councilor Harris.
I want to emphasize that this is construction. The design's been done, and
Yep.
they are
Right
going to
away
be
acquired.
starting in
Yep.
July. Is that what it was?
That's
I
right.
think that's remarkable.
I did notice that in the bids, Capital Excavation was not the lowest bidder. Normally, we do sealed bid lows, and so it's a testament to Capital Excavation's, moxie in the region. But also, I just want to say, from an expectation standpoint, that I fully expect the project to go off without a hitch and all schedules to be met, and all those things to, that's what happens when you pay for the premium a construction firm to do the job the right way, and to be just above and beyond a good vendor for us. I mean, it's not a small amount of money either, so do have high expectations for this firm.
Definitely want to be felt like we're a high priority.
White glove treatment, perfect project delivery and execution.
Mayor, I'd like to go and make a motion to approve agenda item number 26.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, second by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 26. Is there discussion on that motion? Happy to vote on this.
Yeah, Mayor,
I'm happy to make the motion on it too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Got me. All right, anything
There are
else?
a lot of buzz. Yeah, you used a lot of buzzwords. You set the expectations really high.
Yeah.
Got it.
No comment. All right, anyone else? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, last item, agenda item 29, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction regarding street renaming of South Gulfworth Road to consider and approve the biography language and proposed options of Paul Alvarez Parkway, Chevo Pastrano Senior Parkway, or Becky Selbera Parkway. Ms. McCollum.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The following item is kind of the continuation of our original discussion for the renaming of Goforth Road. If you remember, back in March, council selected 3 names to be considered for the road renaming. We went ahead and finalized some of those names. I have some proposed first name, last name, and parkway for consideration on these road renamings, and then I have some bios for consideration that were included in the packet as well. And again, luckily, there's no existing addresses on this portion of South Goforth, so it'll truly be a road renaming. We will have to replace a couple street signs, but it shouldn't be too difficult in that regards. Previous consideration, brought this to you in January and February. We kind of ran that contest for it, and those were the 3 names selected. Again, our road renaming criteria really kind of outlines that new street names should be adopted by a resolution. So with that, after consideration and direction, we would come back with truly a resolution for renaming. 911 addressing did recommend that the ending of the street name be one of these 5. I proposed Parkway for these road renaming. And again, looking at Paula Alvarez Parkway, Chevo Pastrano Senior Parkway, and Becky Selbera Parkway.
Okay, so the intention is to send out a survey to anyone to vote, or are you trying to limit
It's really
it?
up to you. So I think if you would like to select one of these 3, and then we can come back, do a resolution, or if you would like to go back for public engagement, attaching these bios with it, we can do that as well. So really, you have quite a few options to consider.
Well, I think the goal and plan was to put out a survey to the community, let the survey give their feedback, and then my intention is to follow whatever the community says on this one.
Okay.
But is that what everyone else is thinking is going to happen? It's going to go out.
I think that's perfect. I did want to follow up on the bio for Paula Alvarez. It was really short, didn't really highlight a lot of what she did. I reached out to her son for the highlights of what Paula meant to our community, and I was going to write this up, but he wrote up a really cool testament. I went to school with her son, Gary Alvarez. Michael Tobias and I both went to school with him. Really great individual. But here's what he wrote out was, he says, Paula Alvarez, there's so much I could say about my mother and her service to the community, but if I had to describe her in just a few words, it would be devoted, selfless, and tireless. From the time I was young, I saw her deep commitment to the people of Kyle firsthand. She didn't just talk about service, she lived it. She would take me along to city council meetings, and I'd watch her walk door to door, not because she was campaigning, but because she genuinely cared about listening to the people, about understanding their concerns and earning their trust. My mother never wavered from an election cycle to get involved. She believed community service was a full-time calling, and she took the role seriously. She worked under the governor's office of the state of Texas, serving through the administrations of Bill Clements, Mark White, and Ann Richards. In her role as liaison, she handled public complaints and political concerns, always striving to be a voice for those who needed help the most. She founded the first call center for the governor's office, an initiative that continues to serve Texans to this day. Governor Ann Richards, she broke barriers and becoming the first Hispanic woman to serve as director of Texas Crime Stoppers, all while still giving her time to Kyle. And the list goes on and on. She's a third generation resident of Kyle. It fails to say that on there. And she had a lot of early, dollars we got for our start of our police department and for the fire department. She was a big advocate for that, helped secure funding for those projects when we first started. And he finishes off, I don't say these things lightly. I've lived through it. I've seen early mornings and the late nights, the meetings, the phone calls, and the hard conversations through it all. Her unwavering determination to make Kyle a better place. She has been my role model as long as I can remember, and she's proved that one person, man or woman, can make a difference. And with that, I just wanted to add more to her bio. You can go back off the minutes off this, but look, they're all great candidates, honestly. They all served our community, and I'm great. The only reason I'm, really advocating is because when I first met Paula, I was a young boy, and I know the work that she's put into the city and how much she cares about it. And being a third-generation resident of Kyle, my concern is just that, we might miss an opportunity to honor her while she's still here because she's getting up in age and she's getting some stuff. But I'm good with putting it out to the community. I just want to make sure the bio is more complete.
Thank you for bringing that up. I will say, you're right. All these individuals are. There's a reason why you've selected them to be considered. We try to keep the bios about the same length, so that's partly why you kind of some might seem, a little bit short and not highlighting maybe their entire kind of careers and stuff. But so yes, we're open to adding anything that you want to the individual bios. This is Paula Alvarez as the proposed bio for Chevo Pastrano Senior.
I know Paula's kind of felt that she was a third-generation resident of Kyle. It did highlight that on Saberio, so they could get the misunderstanding that Saberio was born here and Paula wasn't. So, and then I know the mayor had asked me for some of her highlights she had done in her career, and some of the highlights she did. So that, sometimes we just don't know because they served way before we were here.
Is everyone okay with adding that she's a third-generation resident of Kyle to the bio?
To who again, Ms. Alvarez?
To Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other items or concerns about the bios as they're written?
No, sir, not on my end.
I know, I reached out to, I know two of the three families, and then, there was a lot of information that we gathered that could not be included, just for the sake of keeping everything, relatively even, like she was saying. I really wish we could put everything out there. Like, there's so much that, I almost feel like I've done a disservice to the Alvarez and the Pastrano family by not having everything included. But I don't know Becky enough to get the information.
Well, but see, that's the
make it
challenge. Who personally knows one person or the other? I don't know the other two, but I personally know Becky. And so, but I think that the production of these particular bios keep it fairly even, and I hope that all three folks and their families feel extremely honored, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to recognize all of their contributions in different ways.
And I guess I've had the privilege of getting to know all three individuals. I still work with Mr. Pastrano through the Knights of Columbus, so we're still working together, and it's definitely going to be a tough decision, but I'm glad it's out of our hands, and we'll let the residents decide, and I'm good with that.
Do you need specific action from us?
Just on the change of.
Yeah, I was going to add that to a motion, but I just wanted to.
Nope, that's it. And then just maybe tell me how long you want it to be out for consideration.
Oh, whatever, I would say, just whatever process y'all want to go through to be thorough, and when you're ready to bring it back, then bring it back. That's what I would say. Just
Perfect.
all
We
right.
can do that.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda language and add to, with the exception of adding to Paula Alvarez's bio that she's a third-generation Kyle resident, and that we put those bios out to the public and allow for them to vote and give them a reasonable amount of time as decided by staff, and then bring back that results to us for a renaming. Motion by Mayor, second by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the vote? Motion. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.